my back on them, he actually doubled down and said he's going to be more red than other people. It's more red than red. And this eventually set him on a path to joining the party and eventually rising through the system. And now where he is now, which is becoming the top leader of China.
He is a hardcore Leninist, and people have to read A Party of One to get the details on what went on in his youth and his rise to power. And we're not going to be able to do that there, but I think people need to understand his rise to power. They have to understand how the party works, and they have to lose. And I labored under this for a long time, Chenan, because I worked for Richard Nixon, and I used to believe that China was going to evolve once they joined the World Trade Organization. I bought the whole deal. Xi just turned everything backwards, as you illustrate in the book. Can you describe how ardent a communist he is and how much he believes in the party? And the second key question, we'll have to go into the next segment, so leave it for then, is he going to invade Taiwan? But first, how ardent a communist is Xi?
I think that is not so easy question to answer in terms of how much of the hardcore Marxist beliefs that he truly holds in his heart, but in terms of what he has done, what we can analyze his actions and his public speeches, and from that we can clearly see this pattern of this belief that the Communist Party rule over China must not be compromised. Everything is done since he took power in 2012 is to try to reinforce and make sure the Communist Party's leadership over all of Chinese society cannot be damaged. And in fact, everything is done is to reinforce it, ensure that the party's reach enters into every aspect of public life, enters into virtually every social organization, public institution, government agencies. He wants to make sure the party is so entrenched in Chinese society, its control over it, and its ability to govern China could never be shaken, at least within this lifetime and perhaps for as long as it can endure. In terms of how
Stand by, Chenan. I've got to go to a break. I'm going to come back. This will all play tomorrow morning. It'll be on the podcast today. Chenan Wong's brand new book, that's almost brand new, is called A Party of One. I just put the link to it on my X account. It will be in today's podcast notes, and I'm going to play the rest of this interview tomorrow morning in the first hour. So do not miss tomorrow if you don't get the podcast, and if you get the podcast, you'll get it early.
You absolutely, positively need truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-504-8790. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-504-8790. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-504-8790.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-260-5817 now.
Saving you money, I'm Hillary Barsky. Many times when you consider signing up for a subscription service, you wonder if you're making the right move. For example, Amazon's Prime membership. Are the overall perks worth a $139 annual price tag or $14.99 monthly expense? Well, it depends on how much you buy over the course of a year. If you like to make a lot of purchases, your Prime membership will likely pay for itself with free 2-day shipping. Plus, you can stream thousands of TV shows and movies movies with ads for free using Prime Video. Prime members also get access to Amazon Music Prime, and if you shop at Whole Foods Market, you'll be able to score an extra 10% discount on eligible sale items in stores and online. And of course, Prime members get the exclusive perk of shopping annual Prime Day deals, which now come twice a year. But the good news is, if you're still on the fence and you want to see if Amazon's Prime membership works for your lifestyle and wallet, you can always sign up for their free trial offer. Saving you money, Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
A new security deal. Fox News, I'm Kevin Uretsky. President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky just within the last hour signing a new security agreement between the countries at the G7 summit in Italy.
Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's credible defense and deterrence capabilities for the long term. A lasting peace for Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability to defend itself now and to deter future aggression anytime in the future.
Earlier today, the G7 announced a collective $50 billion loan package for Ukraine funded by frozen Russian monies collected via sanctions. There is also political pressure on the G7 countries to get things set for Ukraine now without waiting too long.
So much of the focus of the G7 is conservatives in the European Parliament gained steam over the weekend in elections in Europe. And then there's also this prospect of a Trump 2024 presidency ahead. And a lot of what these leaders have been doing is trying to shore up support for Ukraine in the context of those elections.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich in Italy. Former President Trump has been more critical of continuing aid for Ukraine. And speaking of the former president, he was on Capitol Hill today, holding strategy sessions with congressional Republicans.
Campaign messaging and party unity were the focus of former President Trump's remarks after a meeting with GOP senators. The former president noticing strong polling performances in key battleground states.
In fact, a lot of states that people thought weren't in play are very strongly in play. Some were actually leading in.
Trump also met with House Republicans, where he reportedly covered a wide range of topics. A member of House Democratic leadership says the meeting is an example of Republicans, quote, bending the knee to Donald Trump. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
At the close on Wall Street, the Dow down 66. America is listening to Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Off a day, Mark Beneventi from Security Title here with a little information about deeds. In the world of real estate, a deed is the most common way to transfer property and ownership. Whether you're transferring a house in Jigo, a hotel in Tumon, or a ranch in Talipopo, the deed will describe the property boundaries, any restrictions, and the exact name of the new owner. Whether you're selling, buying, or even inheriting property, the deed transferring title is essential. When it comes to real estate, knowledge is key. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Speaking in Italy, about a half an hour ago, President Biden reiterating he will not pardon his son Hunter, who was convicted earlier this week for federal gun crimes, held responsible for lying on a gun purchase form, saying he was not addicted to drugs. The U.S. Supreme Court rules unanimously to preserve access to the abortion drug, which has become the most common method of abortion, over a challenge to its FDA approval.
The unanimous decision to preserve access to the drug mifepristone is the first abortion decision by the Supreme Court since Roe v. Wade was overturned almost 2 years ago. The justices ruled that abortion opponents lacked the legal right to sue over the FDA's approval of that medication. That approval was granted by the FDA almost a quarter century ago. The case had threatened to restrict access to the drug, even in states where abortion is still legal. Mifepristone is part of a 2-drug regimen, along with misoprostol, which has been used to end a pregnancy through 10 weeks of gestation. Medication abortion remains illegal in the 14 states that have near-total abortion bans. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Vice President Kamala Harris reacting to the ruling this afternoon.
This is not a cause for celebration, because the reality is certain things are still not going to change.
The vice president referring to restrictions on abortion in many states following the Supreme Court Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade. Former President Trump speaking to the quarterly business roundtable meeting in Washington today. Here's Fox Business's Grady Trimble.
He's been giving us sort of a glimpse at his economic messaging on the campaign trail, talking a lot about lowering taxes and reducing regulations.
We had the greatest economy in history. What we did in taxes, nobody's ever done. Even Ronald Reagan gave a big tax cut. We gave the biggest tax cut in history.
And at the closing bell on Wall Street today, the Dow down 65 points. I'm Kevin Uretsky, and this is Fox News.
Are you wondering what business provides industry-standard data center services locally? IT&E does. We're more than a service provider. We're your partners in success. We protect your data from threats both on and offline. Downtime is not an option with our fully equipped backup and redundancy systems. Rest easy knowing that we provide around-the-clock service and support. Our relentless commitment ensures a seamless experience you can rely on. Are you curious about where to start? Ask Blue today. IT&E, innovation for your business.
The following is a public notice lane closure announcement for the Ukudu pipeline replacement on Route 16 between Reventax and Marine Corps Drive, Route 1. The lane closure will take place starting in January till the end of June 2024 as a 24-hour continuous operation. The project, a 198-megawatt combined cycle power plant. Again, the closure will take place starting in January till the end of June 2024. For more information, please contact 671-649-0001. Thank you for your patience as we move forward for Guam.
I want my children to be healthy for the school year, so I made an appointment at the FHB Health Center for their annual physical, sports physical, immunizations, dental exam, and eye exam. FHB pediatricians, dentists, and optometrists deliver the highest quality of care. I trust them. So can you. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, option 1. Most private insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. FHB Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Hoffa, good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Friday, June 14. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Police arrested two more teens, a 13-year-old boy and a 17-year-old girl, for their involvement in a crime spree in Agate and Santa Rita. This brings the total number of arrested teens to 5. The teens are accused of slashing tires, burglarizing schools and homes, and vandalism. A suppression team was created to investigate and find those responsible. Police Chief Stephen Ignacio urged parents to keep an eye on their children during summer break and suggested enrolling them in youth camps. Meanwhile, the Guam Fire Department is increasing recruitment as more firefighters retire or resign. Despite graduating 33 recruits in fiscal year 2022, GFD lost 13 firefighters that year and 9 the next. In fiscal year 2024, 16 have left, with four more retiring by September. Acting Fire Chief Joey Manabusan highlighted the challenge of meeting safety standards with fewer staff. GFD relies on overtime to meet the 2-in, 2-out rule, but seeks $43.3 million for fiscal year 2025 to help. This includes $5.6 million for overtime. GFD is currently hiring 35 new recruits and requesting 20 more for fiscal year 2025 to address attrition. We'll have more news after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
2 bills by Senator Chris Duenas have been added to the June session agenda after a packed Committee on Rules meeting. Bill 175 authorizes a nitrate-reducing system for waste disposal over the Northern Aquifer. Bill 51 allows the construction of accessory dwelling units on single-family zoned lots. Both bills faced opposition from Environmental Chair Senator Sabina Perez due to environmental concerns, but were pushed forward with significant support from the real estate community. Perez stated that protecting the aquifer is crucial, while Duenas argued that the nitrate systems are safe and would help address the affordable housing shortage. And the Northern Mariana Islands delegation is impressing crowds at FestPac in Hawaii, performing in Waikiki and other venues. The group includes about 60 Chamorro and Carolinian dancers. This is a first-time experience for many of them, but they're finding their rhythm and enjoying the opportunity to share their culture. Around 60 Chamorro and Carolinian dancers are part of the larger 100-person delegation from the NMI. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now, here's Ray with your weather.
Still no medal count. We still don't know how many golds and bronzes and silvers that Guam has gotten in festival. What's the whole point of going there if we're not?
I didn't know they give awards. I thought it was just, like, hey,
poor Donna.
Look at
Donna. Who's going to tell her?
Who's holding Donna now?
Okay. All right. So that's me being facetious about the whole FestPac scam.
Okay. Because I would.
Did he say
I can't
scam?
believe it because we have that International Music Festival, right? And we get.
And you get awards for that.
Yes, we get awards.
Yeah. So
for performing.
Right.
So I thought they did the same thing. What?
Maybe the next FestPac there ought to be some kind of a competitive thing.
Islander challenge.
What's that?
Like strap an egg to your head and climb a cliff.
What's the one?
Then you get the hot chick.
What's the one where you got the girls? They tie a string around their hip, and at the bottom of the string there's like a hot dog, and they got to swing around until the hot dog lands in their mouth.
I like that one.
I don't think
that's
they'll
a popular
use that.
gender reveal game.
It should probably be. No, I don't know about FestPac. All right, it's already begun, hasn't it?
Dude, it's Friday.
I know it is. 10 after 6 on the Ray Gibson Show. Scattered showers and thunderstorms before 9. Duh. It's been cats and dogs all morning long, pretty much everywhere around the island. Partly sunny with highs near 89 degrees. If it comes out for work today, east winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. Scattered showers and thunderstorms through the rest of the day and into the evening, according to this weather forecast. Mostly cloudy with lows around 78 degrees. Tomorrow says scattered showers and thunderstorms all day and into the evening. Partly sunny if the sun comes out, like today. Highs near 88 degrees. East winds 8 to 11 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Sunday, you're our only hope. Father's Day at Pirates Cove.
No.
Mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Partly cloudy Sunday night with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. So it looks like we might be possibly in for Grill Marks barbecue, beer drinking, and hot dogs swinging into my wife's mouth. And on Sunday. Heat index 92 degrees today, 40% chance of rain. There's rip currents and hazardous surf warnings in effect right now. Sunrise at 5:54, sunset at 6:49. And Pam Eastlick with an article in the PDN. Apparently yesterday, I missed it yesterday. Starry night. Enjoy the real longest day for Guam. And I think this, I'm looking forward to say where in the story she says today. Yeah, the longest day of the year is today because of the time slide. Every single day between tomorrow and Saturday, the 29th of June, will be 12 hours, 55 minutes long. And they will also be the longest days. So of the year. Yeah. So I don't know. It's all cosmic mathematics thing that she put together. Maybe the 36th Wing Commander might be able to sort it out.
Yes, sir.
More on that in just a little bit. At 6:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions of the broadcast here, the really important one like the weather, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for almost 70 years.
Want to be the favorite child this Father's Day? Well, GTA has got you covered. Get data-free smartwatch when you activate a new wireless account with the purchase of a premium smartphone on any unlimited plan. Imagine Dad finally embracing his inner tech guru, checking his heart rate while mowing the lawn, or tracking his steps to the fridge. Trust us, it's a game changer. So skip the socks this year and give Dad the gift of unlimited connectivity. Head to GTA and make Dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. Visit GTA.net for details. GTA, we start with Dad. KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and Island Cancer Center. Our family treating your family.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
as it makes it to the big crescendo moment of the song, but I almost never get here because I'm too anxious to get on the radio and start communicating, to start connecting with all of the listeners of the Ray Gibson Show here on 93.3 The Point. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. That would be Ray. That would be the guy. The Ray Gibson. And today I'm going to share how happy I am. Actually, indebted, I think, is the word that I'm looking for. Indebted to Real Joe Cruz, who's made arrangements and slogged it out, I'm sure, with the echelon and the powers that be in the hierarchy that is the United States Air Force. So today, after much of that wrangling and the back and forth, we are a special treat in the 9 o'clock hour is General. Wait, hold on.
What's his name again?
Brigadier General Thomas B. Polensky is going to be in the studio. He's the 36th Wing Commander.
We're on a first-name basis already.
Moss. I'm going to give him a tomorrow name.
That's your call sign.
Hey, Moss. Hey. It's not Tomas. It's just Moss when you're cool like that. Yeah. When you're on Guam. Anyway, so I tell you what. I actually woke up early this morning. It was like 3:20 or something like that, and I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep because I'm pondering questions to ask this guy. Because there's a part of me because it feels like some of reading up on some of the things that he's done and the approach that he has using social media. And we're not the first place that he's been able to engage with people on his bases using social media. And but so I know that I think there's a certain amount of picaroo in this guy. So I feel like he might be kindred spirits with us.
Of course.
So I'm feeling like we ought to be able to have a conversation that runs the gamut of pull my finger. And then tell me about the capability gaps between the United States of America and China.
That's what we want to know.
As an example, I want to be able to. I want the conversation to kind of move in that direction.
I'm happy for him.
We'll see how it plays out. I mean, but I'm some of the biographical stuff, a little bit. It's interesting to be sure. There's a deal that they put together for Anderson Air Force Base. A nice picture of the guy. A little bit of a bio.
Did he grow up in Greenbow, Alabama? No.
Run, Forrest, run. I don't know, but he's had some assignments in I think some pretty interesting places.
Of course, yeah.
Topeka, Kansas. He was was the 108th Aviation Regiment in Topeka, Kansas, which is an interesting kind of place. The Topeka, Kansas is unlike, and I know people from Topeka, unlike any other place in the United States of America because there's a thin line that runs through Topeka that I don't want to say separates the rednecks from the regular population. I think it bridges them together. I've got some friends from Topeka and they
we love them all.
Was a
even
guy
the hillbillies.
He was trying to
that was rude.
Demolish a house, and everybody said, "Hey, you know what you need to do." And he said, what? Says, you take Tommy's Jeep over there. Polensky, you take Tommy's Jeep, and we'll build a ramp, and you drive right through the house. And they did. And people came, friends and relatives and neighbors, people coming in from miles around to see this Evel Knievel stuff. They'd actually, with almost no, changes to the Jeep itself, they built this ramp. And sure enough, hold my beer, guy straps on a helmet and drives his Jeep through the house in one direction, drives the Jeep through the house in the other direction, and probably saved himself $10,000.
That's leadership.
Demolition of, that's what I'm saying.
That's real leadership.
So fun country. So it'll be interesting to hear a little bit more about this guy. Anybody that's got any experience around Fort Walton Beach?
Fort Walton,
yeah. Which you ever watch Porky's?
Roger that.
No connection whatsoever.
No connection.
No. But I want to say that it feels like there's maybe a similar energy, a similar vibe to the thing. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning. Welcome to the program. As I say, excuse the mess. Ray Gibson here. Real Joe gets the phone when you call at 888-825-5888-TALK. One of these days it'd be fun if we just go, Donna D, why don't you get the phone?
Yeah, you
when
get
people
the phone,
call at
man.
888-825. No. Minimal contact with humans, please. There are two kinds of people in the world. Avoid them. Donna's going to take care of news and headlines for us as we make our way into Father's Day weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, Father's Day weekend, and
Exciting.
Now there's a guy that panhandles down at the ITC building.
I know him.
His placard is correct. He's been saying Happy Father's Day to people like for 2 weeks. I don't know. Somebody told him it's a holiday coming up, so he had somebody write in the best handwriting, the best panhandling handwriting that there is. It's right up there with architectural handwriting. Have you ever seen it?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, up close. But anyway, so he's happy Father's Day to him and to everybody else in working on the thing. Items in the table of contents. Oh, you better believe there's some interesting stuff that has taken place over the last couple of days, and I don't know to what degree there's going to be a bear fight on this one. But former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez got a raise. And all I can say is, oh my God, haters gonna hate. Listen, I'm not on the board over at the Visitors Bureau. But if I was, knowing the things that I know, we are nowhere near compensating that man for the quality of the work that he's done and has been able to do. Are the numbers where they're supposed to? Are the numbers pre-pandemic? No. Are they going to be pandemic? Yeah, maybe eventually. But his face is on the case, and I don't know that the man has had a decent night's sleep in forever. He's just always traveling. The phrase "Welcome back, Governor Gutierrez" is always applicable because he has been doing jet set kind of tourism building between Taiwan and China now, the Philippines, Japan, and South Korea, Hong Kong. The guy has been everywhere, knocking on every door. And the fact that his first name is Governor opens a lot of doors. And we'll spend some time talking about that. If you want to jump in the hater category, that's completely up to you. But if you want to recognize the guy for what he's been able to do since they put him in charge of GVB, this is the place to call in and say so if you want to. 6:21 in the morning. I already gave the telephone number. Meme Machine is online here today, and there might be a couple of interesting things. I got pictures from sunrise over at Pirates Cove. A little bit bleak on that side of the island, as you can see, kind of the clouds that are moving in and the amount of rain that is in those. But you know what? The good news about that picture is the clouds are over the ocean. It's raining over the ocean, as opposed to on top of my house, where all of a sudden it looks like I urgently need to mow the yard. Get around to doing that before too much longer. In the meantime, I got this. I thought this was pretty cool. In this day and age of political correctness, there's all these people, even people in the Disney family, that say it was inappropriate when Prince Charming came and kissed Snow White on the lips and woke her up from her slumber. She didn't ask for it.
No
Did she
means,
ask for it?
No means no.
Means no. How dare you just come up to a sleeping woman and give her a kiss? What kind of rapey nonsense is that? So this is the new version of Snow White, and it's a picture of Prince Charming throwing a bucket of cold water on her. That'll wake her up out of her slumber. Break the curse, if you will. 6:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, as we say good morning to all of these sleeping beauties. Yeah.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
All right, there's the intern with the B-Man's dog, and so the dog is obviously happy. And what is she smiling about? This beautiful Japanese, this Asian wand smile that she has. What is she smiling about? You know what she's smiling about, Real Joe?
No.
Donna, you know what she's smiling about? That pretty girl on the screen. Wait, I'll put it back up on. She is smiling because today is Donald Trump's birthday. You were thinking about something else?
Really? It's his birthday?
Yeah.
And what did we get him? Oh, we didn't get him anything.
The youth vote.
Oh, that's right.
We're gonna get him the youth vote.
For you, sir.
That's actually a thing. There's actually a news story that talks about how not only is he narrowing all of the important gaps between him and the brain dead Democrats that still think that Biden is there's something in there, but he's narrowing the gaps among the youth voters as well. Probably has a little bit to do with him taking a different approach and a different feel for TikTok. More on that a little bit later on. In the meantime, number one here, Ismail Velez.
Morning, Chief. Bright and early slacker.
We're gonna see if we can find some more cheap sound effects that sound like a bigger crowd. All right, followed by there's Senator Dave Duenas, Bandits Online, Anti-Bennett, Lujan Duenas saying, "Hoy." Hoy, for those of you that aren't from around here, the phrase "hoy" or "hoik" is basically, it's just me. Don't shoot. When you're coming up on somebody's house, you always go, "Hoy." It's the same thing as honking the horn.
Friendly fire.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's just little old Ray. Please don't fire on me. Big man Rico Blancaflor out there. Lori with a wide Duenas saying buenas to everyone. Auntie Bennett says vote Tony Ada, Jess Lujan. Who else is there? She says Sabrina Salas Matanani. Who else you want you to vote for? Sean Gumatau. I guess there's everybody that's getting in the way of all of her messages. Vote for change. Republicans all the way. Except Fisher. Good to have you there. Who else was there? Bandit, like I said, Henry Meglotnyadz and Rico Blancaflor says no frowny Fridays. Absolutely. Brandon just brought us closer to World War III. He obligated the U.S. to the defense of Ukraine. And what does Russian do? They park a warship 25 miles off the coast of Florida, as to say, checkmate, blanky, blanky. Is it 25 miles offshore? Last I heard it was 100.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
How many clicks is that?
I don't know. I'm generally not so worried about all of that. I don't think that's going to be the touch point for WW3 here. EOD Kaboom is online, and if it is the touch point, we've got our own kind of. We've got our team. We've got our A team in place. Biba Trump says Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, Brad Wood.
Morning Wood.
Online, there's Renee Lau. Big Father's Day deal get-together over at the Micronesia Mall.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Renee.
Yeah, you might want to check on some of the activities that you might be able to involve your dad in, even though he'd rather be sitting around the house smoking meat and drinking beer.
Yeah, he doesn't even like you.
I got Brennan Fausto saying, good morning. Island Sita, Bennett DeLon, Lujan Duenas, they're going to get Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Online here this morning.
There you are.
Proving it to us every day. Rico Blancaflor with an alien shrugging his shoulders. There's Mike Grace Blas. Pat Saho. Let me see. JB St. Nicholas. And let me see. I'm looking for some new names here. Army Lynn is online. Says, see you all at Tower.
Hey, Army Lynn.
Hey.
Fish and chips.
It's a fundraiser. Let's just call it a fundraiser. Brennan Fausto, Gigo Jarhead online. Jerome McDonald, Nate Horn, Huffadata, Rob Greeno, Manny and Ning Rages. Lucia Fleming Wood is online.
Morning, Mrs. Wood.
Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is right there.
Bring back the sunshine. Bring back that sunshine. He's bringing back that sunshine. Uncle Carl Gutierrez brings it every time.
That's right, 6:27 in the morning on screen right now. An image of former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, and he's holding hands in a sign of congratulations and celebration with, I can't remember the guy's name, and I posted that last night for the haters. If you know, you know. And this is the guys who rushed the stage to shake Governor Gutierrez's hand.
It looks like a judo throw, Ray.
Almost. This could be Brandon Vera, Brandon the Truth Vera moment. This is the guy that runs Haneda Airport.
He does.
And he was so delighted with Carl and the GVB team that he pledged another 2 routes, another 2 openings at Haneda Airport for Guam sometime in the very, very near future. That's going to work for us, and that's there. That picture right there, that's worth the what do you call it, raise that they just handed to him. All right, so who else? Glenn Hunter.
Morning, Saipan.
Good to have Saipan
What's
online.
popping up there?
Elizabeth Mendiola. It's still Friday there, right?
It's still
Thursday?
Friday.
Elizabeth Mendiola Keita too. Felix Bum is online. Beautiful Sarita Garin online. Glenn says happy Friday. Good morning to the Point family. David B. Herrera online. Biba. Ray Chamorro Gibson of the show. It is indeed a pleasure meeting you at the food joint. Biba. Dave, it's okay to mention
Oh my God.
At some point in the
You
program.
got rushed.
At some point in the program today, I will suppress a burp. And the burp will be suppressed is not 1 but 5 fried lumpia from Frobasa.
Oh yeah,
you know
that's a record.
And I called.
Usually
oh my God, this is
4,
so embarrassing.
Man, you went 5.
Because 4 is not enough. 6 is too many. Anyway, so it was cool meeting him, and you know, and it was in the middle of a conversation, a little bit of back and forth between me and the lady, because I thought I called in my order. So I was just going to fly in to pick it up, and there was every single person behind the counter is like, no, we did not get an order from you, Ray, And I'm like, I'm feeling bad. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I got nothing to do. Just go ahead and fix it up, and but make it to go, and I'll have a beer, and everybody's going to be happy. This is what a great moment for celebration. The lady behind the counter came out and shook my hand, just like Carl Gutierrez and the guy from Oneida. It was a beautiful, beautiful moment. Anyway, so I get my beer, drink my beer, and I get my Fobasa Lumpia, get in the car, and the phone rings, and I'd apparently called another Vietnamese restaurant. And ordered Fobasa, or ordered my lumpia.
Your lumpia.
Yeah.
Way to go, Ray.
Isn't there only one Vietnamese restaurant on Guam?
No, there's like 34.
Okay, so I gotta call them back a little bit later on. I feel so bad. I'm sorry. I just picked it up from Fobasi, and the lady's like, okay, goodbye. And I feel absolutely terrible about it.
It didn't go to waste.
I'm sure they sold it to some other guy.
That thing's still hot.
Enjoyed it.
It's still hot right now.
Yes, that's correct. The thing about Vietnamese spring rolls, the fried spring rolls, they come out with the same temperature as the sun, and will remain at that temperature for until tomorrow. It's for sure. Anyway, Brendan Fosto's there. Bunker Meadow hanging out online. Got Rob Greenwood, Zero Young, Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, is there. Stephen Liz, Emma what?
Amagwin.
Amagwin. Whatever. Says, I beg your pardon. Is that a reference to Hunter Biden? Apparently, the conversation, the topic came. There it is. I was unable to suppress it completely, but I tried. But apparently.
You have to say burp. If you say the word burp, it'll stop.
I apparently swallow a lot of air when I talk. So, where was I? The topic of Hunter Biden's sentence being commuted has come up. It has come up.
Do we care anymore?
And the White House is not. They're not ruling it out. Is the thing?
So we'll pardon that guy.
You'd find a way to get out from under that question.
6 figures.
Exactly. No expectations for 6 figures a month.
Yes,
bro. Chief Ignacio is the chief and is still in charge of the Guam Police Department. Says Steve. Peter Santos online saying Happy Father's Day, Ray. Thank you, buddy. Lori Duane is the Christine Oliver is there. Andy Turlahi, Buenos and half a day. There's Steve's having a well-deserved pay raise for our sunshine governor. Our only grassroots governor who continues to push for the return of our tourists to Guam. His idea of offering free vaccination to visiting tourists during the onset of our recovery from COVID-19 helped bring back tourists to our island and continues to market Guam in Asia. Catherine Leon Guerrero is online. Alpha Cat, nice to see you. We got Fefu checking in then. Keena McCausland. We've got Washington State checking in then. There's Jane Nauta and Sherry Iriarty. Eric Chong, we're all strong like Eric Chong. Ben Servino says, Biba Guam, happy Friday, everyone, most especially Ray and the Point Familia. Ben, happy Father's Day to you and everybody. Francis Duffy is there. B-Man Dennis Larson online. Local fire losing to the federal fire due to higher pay and less work. Didn't they just? I had it for 3 days.
People.
They just have started a reserve firefighter program. With Navy. I don't know if you saw that. A couple of local guys there leading the charge on that. Janice Wong X saying good morning to everybody. Andy Terlai, like I said, there's Keena looking over, looks like rainy weather at her place. Brad Wood said wife. No, I'm not. There's no wife.
Yeah.
I was just saying.
We're not looking at
for
your
the
wife,
other
Brad.
husbands. Other husband fathers. That's what I was referring to. God, I knew somebody.
We didn't even look at her, man.
Knew somebody was going to catch that. Ken Augustin is there. Now everybody's just talking to each other. Dave Eckert, broadcast legend in Vegas, checking in. Nice to see Juanita Machi there. Good. Tony and Adeno and Pinko. Tony, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Thomas Polensky.
There you
are. There's Patrick Bumba. Who else is playing around? Henry Manglot and your cousin Mitch Prashado online. Leslie San Nicolas. Jose Martinez. Let me see. Ron Eclever. Dennis Larson wants me to tell the general we need to be able to get bees on Anderson Air Force Base.
Oh, can do.
Doable. Completely
Absolutely.
doable. We'll have this guy eating out of our hands before the end of it. Dude.
We'll swap for your stray canines, sir.
I just want to go to their beaches, man. That's the fun of it.
Ron, do you think you could do that for us?
What's that?
Get us on the beach?
Well, if don't ask publicly.
Oh, that's right.
Because then he's
My
going
mic
to,
was
well, according to rules and regulations, uniform code, blah 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 blah. But if you just kind of sly about it,
okay.
Like, can we ride with you?
Yeah.
I need a
die.
ride, bro. I need a lift. You gotta be sly, man, when you're talking to these guys. Jason at Military Auto Source knows. Kathleen Robinson is watching. Hey, well, it's been a long time I've seen that profile picture. Who else is on? Sarita Bistro Rusinova Mendiola checking in from...
Oh, Russia.
Brad Wood says, action-packed weekend. Better believe it. Fire up.
She's in Bulgaria, Ray. It's not the same.
Fire up them grills and enjoy, says Ken Augustin. Yoli Elliott is there. Former Governor Carl T.C., like I said, Joe Cruz. Let me see who else is there. Happy Friday, Guam. Happy Father's Day weekend. Cheers from the EU. My beer... Ray Gibson is from Germany. Something wish? Wish I could bring you a cake. I wish you could bring me a cake, too. There's Chris Frank checking in from Hawaii at the base. Let me see. Dea Laudette, Havadeda Ali Malakas, Andy Terlahi. There's going to be some meat smoking, says Dennis Larson. Lucia says, please come see us at the Tower. DM or put it in the group chat so I know what time to show up. Gene Fujikawa online. Looking forward to my Vietnam trip. 4 days and a wake-up visit. Family, and happy advanced Father's Day to everybody. Dave Duenas says, get her done, Carl, worth every cent. Ken Augustin, Cecile Bamba Sudads, and Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas. Okay, it's Belarus that's Russia, says Jerome McDonald. Trying to correct all of us.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Where the boys going to be fighting, that's all we need to know.
So judgy, Jerome.
Just need to know where we're going to be sending our ammunitions. All right. On the YouTube side, well, I got a second. 636 Big Man Rico over here as well. Kitsutu in Japan says it's 153 yen at the DOD Community Bank. Well, I'll miss these updates when he goes off to D.C. Tommy Napati is online. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas on this side says, vote for change, Republicans all the way. XF Fisher. Happy early Father's Day from Brennan Fausto, Kitsutu in Japan. JW. JW with a secret message on there. MP Ogo, security for the program, and also one of the guys that keeps us up to speed on how we're doing with the Queen of Hearts drawing at the VFW, 7 o'clock tonight. I don't know what the number is, but it's got to be getting close to $3,000, $4,000. By now. I mean, it's just every weekend there has not been a winner. JW says, TGIF, no frowny fried Ray. Grill marks only. Steve on here as well.
Amagwin.
That guy. The Carolyn Long. AA 36 WG Commander.
Is that him?
It's him. Says, can't wait to see you this morning, Ray.
It's preemptive.
Looking forward to it as well. Bad
Should
Boy
I pat him
671
down?
Barbecue, Lisa Greeno. He might want one.
I wonder if he still carries that snub nose on his ankle.
He might want some of that. Lisa Greeno, another fun, productive, and informative day with The Point. I'll do my best. All right, as far as information is concerned, there's a couple of things that I want to pass along to you. Hi, Phil Letty. Dude,
Hey,
Phil.
morning, Phil.
Bro, you know what? I was just thinking about you yesterday.
Bro.
No, because during the COVID times, you remember they had that the cavalry. I'm saying it wrong, and maybe on purpose, but they had that church down in the old Harley Davidson, the old Joe and Flo's. Yeah. And I don't know. I was thinking about a couple of the masses that I attended down there that I thought was fantastic. Not inside. You had to go outside because stupid COVID and stupid COVID rules. And they were
against.
They were marked by the administration, and there were people there, but it didn't seem
to worship.
It didn't make any difference. Still went outside, still got the worship done,
and
had a good time meeting up with some really, really incredible people out there. So I've had fond memories of those stupid days. But it was a great opportunity for all of us to get together and stand on the rights that God gave us that are protected by the Constitution. Rosita, Lujan, Duenas, and Paris Mendiola Blas online. All right, so here's the other thing. Besides the fact that it's Father's Day weekend, there's also a number. It's a little milestone of a number that we mark today, and it is the number 1,600. As in, it has been 1,600 days since the Hagutnya swimming pool was temporarily closed. 1,600 days.
Like the corners of my mind.
I know. There's memories. We have memories of the last time that we watched the Manhoban Swim Club in action down there.
Yeah.
The last time that little old ladies and little old men were able to go and get their
water aerobics.
Their water aerobics
Yeah.
and their water yoga taken care of.
Feisty people.
Yeah. Take the kids down there, maybe some swimming lessons and things like that.
In the kiddie pool.
In the little kiddie pool side that they had, and 1,600 days. It's 4 years, 4.38 years. I've already done the mathematics for you.
That's a sentence.
Yeah. 4 years and a quarter since there has not been an Agania swimming pool. But hey, how about that fest pack? Isn't that great? There might be a few other opportunities to say, but hey,
it's a culture.
How about that? Who else we got here? So got a longest day, 10 days since the bill has been introduced over at the legislature. I go to the legislature's website every day to see, what the latest form of insanity is coming out of our elected representatives. and I've got to say,
Surprise.
and I don't. But here's the thing. I'm torn between the two worlds of, my God, what an unproductive lot that we have here. It's been since the 4th since anybody introduced anything over at the legislature. And then on the other hand, I'm kind of delighted that we don't have any new forms of idiocy and insanity coming out of the 36th Guam legislature right now. Maybe we could go on a streak here.
There's the message in the mess.
A little bit of a tear of no new insane bills from the legislature between now.
You guys are doing great, doing nothing.
Yes, not even resolutions. Don't even do resolutions. I know it's nice that he's retired after 40 years. Yeah, big deal. But anyway, so maybe more on that a little bit later on as the program continues. I do want to take care of these guys. A unique relationship that we have with Cold Stone Creamery. They like me to do live reads in the first part of the month, and then it goes to just pre-recorded stuff. But I got to do a special one, super live for Father's Day, because it's coming. It's like right around the corner here, and there's still time for those of you that are listening right now going, oh, crap. It is Father's Day this week. What do I do? I'm in a panic. What's the deal? Two things. One is the Blades by Crank, and the other one is the incredible caramel and chocolate in cahoots ice cream cake. Layers of moist devil's food cake. There's caramel truffle ice cream, and then chocolate shavings all wrapped up in a fluffy caramel frosting. Your old man deserves the best. Order in advance. Do it today. ColdStoneCreamery.com. What do you say? News? Yeah, now's a good time for it. 6:42 in the morning. Donna D.F. What's going on?
Police are still searching for 29-year-old DJ Tosiwo, who is wanted for a shooting in Mighty and a terrorizing incident in Derrida. He's considered armed and dangerous. This manhunt enters its third day today. Tosiwo has a criminal history, and his photo can be seen on any news agency's website. If you see him, call police at 475-8615. And prosecutor Sean Brown may have a conflict in a murder case. The victim's wife was once Brown's client and may benefit from a life insurance policy. The defense argues Brown has gained information that should disqualify him. Brown denies this and says he's acting ethically. The judge will decide. And a 5.1 magnitude earthquake struck Guam at around 8:30 Wednesday night, about 53 miles southwest of Moleso at a depth of nearly 19 miles. There's no tsunami threat and no major damage reported. Officials remind everyone to practice earthquake drills. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, 6:43 in the morning. Of course, the earthquake drill is to run screaming from the house directly into the neighborhood. That's the way I do my earthquake drill. Anyway, 6:43 in the morning. So they said it was a 5.1. It didn't happen.
Never felt it.
Never felt it?
Yeah.
Therefore, it didn't happen. I'm not going to put up my earthquake shutters based on such flimsy information. Especially when you think, how many miles offshore and underwater was it? Like 53 miles and then 19 miles underwater. Yeah. I don't think that's the one I need to be afraid of. I think I need to be afraid of the one it's the one that is on the fault over by the hospital. I think that's the closest one to us, right?
Most dangerous.
Most dangerous one. 6:43 in the morning. The frivolity continues. Stay there.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
BK Melt are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule. What? 6:44. I'm supposed to look at the road now. Okay, that's what that music tells me. All right, it's still in the same mode as it was in yesterday. We were looking at some ugly traffic over on Marine Corps Drive, but I think that has all gone away right now. I think we're going to see slower intersection traffic for the day. That's my prediction with all the rain that has fallen. A little bit of traffic over at Anderson Air Force Base as they are queuing up the security detail for the 36 Wing Commanders drive down to the Tumon area. They got like every Tahoe on Guam. Every black Tahoe on Guam is up there with the little lights and the sirens and stuff, ready to go. Southbound Marine Corps Drive past that into the Dededo area, looking pretty good. Like I said, just some intersection traffic, 1 and 3 and over at 16 and 1 at the Micronesia Mall. We've got some busier intersections on Route 16, including 8, 10, and 16 right about now. But it's just minor. It's just slower than usual cars because of the wetness of the roadways that we have for you. South of Micronesia Mall and Marine Corps Drive, it's not so bad. You take it all the way down to the Weston Hill and then a little bit more over by the gas stations and in Village of Donkey. Things are running fairly smooth. Not too much traffic on Route 10, not too much traffic on Route 4 or 8. That's the way to get into town. Southbound Marine Corps Drive from ITC building all the way in. You're looking pretty good. Big Navy, yeah, not a whole lot of traffic through there. Maybe a little bit more. It looks like I'm seeing some traffic. I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it too. Looking at a little bit of traffic over in the PD area by the cemetery. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe some early morning flooding with all of the rain. That'll happen around there and over at Polaris. Then we got a little bit of traffic leaving Agate, trying to get onto Marine Corps Drive. Otherwise, getting onto the base should not be a problem today. 6:46. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagutnya at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
I got you. 647 Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Hey, you're looking for something big? Big SUV kind of ride. They've got plenty of them over there, and great prices too. Maybe you're looking for a smaller sedan. Maybe you need something with the utility of a pickup truck, and a big pickup truck with big tires that get you into and out of all kinds of trouble on the roadways and off roadways. Got plenty of those over at Nissan as well. Frontier, Titan, etc. And the cool thing right now, $10,000 off. And the new test drives for absolutely nothing. Maybe you've got a bunch of different rides that you want to try out, and maybe check out the features. You know, all the bells and whistles, radios, and this is 17 different places that you can charge your iPhone and whatever. They've got them all in there. Safety features as well that cannot be ignored. In fact, it's built into the DNA of every single Nissan on the lot right now. $10,000 off plus 4.99% APR on your good credit. How can you lose? NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
6:48 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, the Friday before Father's Day, and I gotta get this guy in and make him the first. And I'm feeling really, really bad about it because I want to mention the names of his kids. And honestly, the only like MMA fighter guy whose kids I know the name of is Brandon the Truth Vera's kids. Atreyu is a kid's name. But Frank's got these great mountain kids as well, and another one on the way. Sarah going to make him father again, and I feel bad because I can't remember your kids' names. What are they? Do you remember?
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me. No, I'm just kidding. Then I have three kids, 4 on the way. My first one his name is Franklin. Actually, my real name is Franklin.
Yep. Okay.
And then my second one is Rocky. You can guess why. And then my youngest, my daughter, her name is Catalina.
No, oh, so pretty. Catalina, with a C or a K?
With a C.
All
Oh,
right.
man, dude, she's a monster. Holy moly.
As all girls are. Did you guys do ultrasound on the new one yet?
We did. We're with Dr. Shea, man. I want to give Dr. Shea a shout out.
Yeah.
And but we're going to be waiting for with my daughter. We waited. It was a surprise, so we didn't know we didn't do no gender reveal or no nothing. You know. So, oh man, when she was born, it was straight to let me see. I just kind of felt bad. I was like, Sarah's right there.
So we don't know the gender of 4.
No, we don't. What do you think?
Well, if it's a boy, I've already got a name in mind. Blade. Blade would make a great name for a boy, right? Blade?
Yes, Blade.
Anyway, so congratulations. I can hardly wait. It seems to me there was something in the water because I know more than 1 or 2 ladies that are glowing pregnant, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. Father's Day right around the corner, and we've been talking about your big deal. We did the reveal last week of these 2 incredible knives that you've got for Father's Day, and today is the sneak peek sale day, right?
Yeah, today is the official launch for my Father's Day blades, and man, I gotta get you, man. I think because I'm on your show, the pre-sale or my exclusive launch for my subscribers, I sold out with one of the knives already.
No way. Perfect. Well, I knew you would. Number one,
it's getting on your show, Ray.
Well, a lot of people listen, and I think that's an awesome thing. So, I'm glad that there's lots of people listening, and I'm glad that there's a lot of people that listening and recognize the value of the great contributions that you give to families on Guam. I mean, it's first we sharpen the knives, and then we go to creating these beautiful knives that I love carrying around with me. Great utility in the blade that I've got here, and then the Mother's Day thing, and then you follow it up with a Father's Day thing. I just think it's fun to talk about. So I'm delighted. Sad for everybody that wanted that first one but didn't get a chance to buy it. So now today, for another 20 or so people.
And I have other things too that I'm going to be launching. I'm going big for Father's Day. Because us fathers, we're important too, and you can told everyone, moms and daughters and sons and nieces and nephews, you guys can gift us some stuff for Father's Day too. It's totally fine.
Yeah, if you have the inventory, that's the tricky part. So what time do things go on sale? Where?
I'm gonna be at the local shop. At a Agana Shopping Center, the first floor of Agana Shopping Center. I'm going to be there at 10 o'clock. The Agana Shopping Center opens up at 10 o'clock, and I have 20 of the Father's Day knives that are still available. And I just have, a couple of shirts, and I have a really cool collaboration of an apron. And I also have a fillet knife that I'm launching today too. It's kind of a little soft.
I did see that. It was I'm trying to remember who it was that was going after a chicken, deboning a chicken with the fillet knife. That was you just dropped that video yesterday, right?
Yeah, I just did. I've had this fillet knife in the making, so I just haven't had a proper way to really launch it. I was like, man, what perfect way to have for dads to get out there, especially for the fish and for the sashimi. Yeah. It's more of a, this fillet knife is really made for the sashimi, but it's such a versatile knife. I had my buddy actually using it for petna, for the leg of the deer, and he took that thing apart with it.
Perfect. So there's other inventory. If you don't get your hands on the Father's Day knives, other inventory that you can get. So 10 o'clock in the morning, local store, Agana Shopping Center.
Yes, sir. I will be there.
All right. Well, you give Franklin and Rocky and Catalina a hug and a kiss from Uncle Ray and Uncle Real Joe and Auntie Donna.
I will, man. I'm Mr. Mom for the next 2 weeks. So I'm really enjoying it.
Perfect. All right, Brad. I'll talk to you later, and good luck on the sales.
Hey, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Be Father's Day. Frank the Crank on the radio. So 10 o'clock, you've got some time to get cleaned up and head off in that direction. Blazed by Cranks are. Wait a second. So there's other congratulations we got to take care of here. Rico Blancaflor and Mrs. Big Man Rico celebrating their anniversary.
How did she do it?
And
how did you survive Rico? Oh my God!
Okay, so
forgiveness.
I was trying to get to the gist of the joke that Steve and Liz asked this morning, and then it hit me when I saw Steve and Blake wishing happy anniversary to Mr. Rico. Steve and Liz asked Rico, "Did you cause that quake?" OMG, you guys make me all blushy here. Bunker Meadow online, Adeloops on the fault line. I wonder when it will fall into the ocean. Vivian Castro Leon is there. Dave Duenas can't say it enough. We've got a good slate of senatorial candidates. Please know the candidates. What they've done in the past and present, then vote your conscience, consciousness. All the best to all the candidates in all of the races. No, I just want Republicans, except one to win. Tattoo Shauna watching the program. All right, I'll fess up. There's a couple of other ones that, on the Democratic side that I like. Barnett.
Yeah, Barnett.
Barnett. And
Barnett.
I was going to say Chief Terlai. Therese Terlai. I like her.
I like her a lot.
And most of the time, I actually like Will Parkinson. I'm going to say that. Josephine Bloss online, Valerie Carbolito, Greg Kirabrock hanging out, Stephen Liz says it's a secret. Mike Gray says blades by Crank are the bee's knees. Took a piece of steak apart with some recently, and it was all good. 6:56 in the morning. Any other local stuff we need to talk about right about now? I'm trying to think. I'll get through. There's a whole bunch of Jimmy Moylan stuff in the news today. So there's a resolution that he has proposed. Hold on. For the United States to recognize Philippine Independence Day. So there's that one. A couple of weeks ago, the Accountability Office in Washington, D.C., GAO came out with the report and said there's data gaps on Guam. And so he's made a speech in Washington, D.C., talking about how they're going to take some steps to close those data gaps. And then the veteran community here on Guam, maybe you've heard about it, maybe you've seen about it, are making a big push to get some Guamanian war heroes from Vietnam recognized with the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I know because I saw the video this morning, Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan read into, and I'm thinking it might be the NDAA, an amendment that would provide congressional authority for these three men from Guam who gave their lives. The access to the Congressional Medal of Honor. And the veterans community say there's more. It goes for a vote tomorrow, I think. And which means that we will know this time Monday whether or not it is passed. The congressman's office has reached out and wanted to know if we had time for the congressman. I said, yeah, today. Let's talk about it today. And they said, no, he can't be on today. So how about Monday? And I said, that's fine, because I got the 36th Wing Commander coming in. I got an actual Brigadier General, 35 hours and hours and hours on this guy. Do you know he's an actual pilot?
He is, of course. What do
you mean? Of course he is. You don't have
Why would they make it some regular dude a wing commander?
I don't know.
They didn't know how to fly.
Bet you there's admirals out there that don't know how to swim.
Oh God.
which is going to make it. That'll make things awkward.
We got to drown proof them then, man. What the heck is that?
Huffman, can you? That would be a first question next time I interview an admiral. Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Can you swim? Are you okay? Are you just? I mean, I'm even dog paddling. I mean, that counts. Are you able to get from point A to point B on the thing? Just curious, but so remind me to ask you. This is the thing. So as I said, I woke up early, trying to come up with some interesting questions to ask the Brigadier General about how cool it is to be the 36th Wing Commander and all of that stuff. And honestly, I should have wrote them down because I'm pretty sure I've forgotten most of them. It'll be like,
it'll just flow.
Well, okay. I'm looking at. Well, hope so. I hope
God,
he's
he's
able.
so easy.
I hope he's able to match the energy that is the Ray Gibson
kidding.
show.
I have no idea.
6:59 and change, and to tell you what, I will probably be summing up some questions for the general a little bit later on while the news is playing, or I might spend some time on X. Now, X has done something that I am absolutely wild about because they are no longer making your likes public. As an example, let's say there's a piece of Asian hotness in a bikini, and you press on the heart button, indicating that you like it.
I see your name all the time, Ray.
I was gonna. You know who can see that? Everybody can see that, except now the guys over at Twitter have changed that. We're making likes private for everyone to better protect your privacy and your reputation. Never look at my profile anywhere. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station, KUSG. Got you. This is The Point. Fox News playing now.
A 10-year deal. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. President Biden and Ukraine's leader have signed a long-term security pact as the U.S. continues to support Kyiv amid that Russian invasion.
On the sidelines of the G7 summit in Italy, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and President Biden signed a 10-year security agreement.
Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's credible defense and deterrence capabilities for the long term.
President Biden says a lasting peace must be underwritten by Ukraine's ability to defend itself now and into the future.
Not by sending American troops to fight in Ukraine, but by providing weapons and ammunition, expanding intelligence sharing.
The agreement also aims to speed up Ukraine's goals of joining the European Union and NATO. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Biden also publicly speaking out following his son Hunter's federal firearm conviction.
He's one of the brightest, most decent men I know, and I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Making that statement in Italy. In Washington, Donald Trump back on Capitol Hill meeting with House and Senate Republicans today.
We want to see just success for our country, and we don't have success right now.
The former president focusing on international affairs and the country's image, among other topics. Trump also described the Republican Party as unified. The Supreme Court rejecting a challenge to the FDA's approval of a widely used abortion drug. The mifepristone pill will remain largely available, but Vice President Kamala Harris says
this is not a cause for celebration because the reality is certain things are still not going to change.
The VP continues to criticize the overturning of Roe versus Wade that leaves the issue of abortion up to individual states. America is listening to Fox News.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Circle K and Ambrose are turning up the heat with our 80th Liberation Day giveaway. Win big with a fully catered reserved spot at the Liberation Day Parade, plus $2,500 worth of additional prizes, which includes a canopy, chairs, a cooler, and more. Simply purchase select items and enter your My Rewards ID at any Circle K, and you're automatically entered to win. Promo ends July 3rd, so hurry. Don't miss out on this epic celebration. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more info. Must be 21 years or older to win. Enjoy responsibly.
The Georgia District Attorney at the center of Donald Trump's election interference case is going on the offensive and tearing into her opponents, trying to remove her ahead of the trial over a romantic affair she had with another prosecutor.
Fani Willis proclaimed, quote, "Justice is coming for the unjust," and accused her critics of racist and sexist attacks.
I'm so tired of hearing these idiots call my name as Fanny in a way to attempt to humiliate me. Because like silly schoolboys, the name reminds them of a woman's rear.
Fani Willis is fighting former President Trump's efforts to get the Georgia Court of Appeals to remove her from prosecuting the Georgia election interference case. Back in March, her special prosecutor Nathan Wade resigned after the judge ordered that the pair could not prosecute the case together. The defense alleged that their previous romantic involvement created a conflict of interest.
Fox's Jonathan Siri in Atlanta. President Biden's re-election campaign calling on top Republicans to drop litigation seeking to curtail aspects of mail-in voting. This is former President Trump has begun to embrace that method of voting. Ahead and following the 2020 election, you may recall, Trump claimed mail-in voting was riddled with fraud. Boeing's safety record has come under scrutiny following a door plug that blew out of an Alaskan Airlines flight this year, as well as other incidents. FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker says they've ramped up oversight of the aircraft maker.
We have capped production, and we will not grant any production expansion of the MAX above that level until we're satisfied they can do so safely.
Speaking today before a Senate Commerce Committee. On Wall Street, stocks closing mixed. The Dow falling down 65 points, while the NASDAQ was up, adding 59. S&P 500 gaining 13. The NASDAQ and S&P both closing at record highs. I'm Tom Graham, and this is Fox News.
Introducing GTA Fiber, bringing fiber connection all the way to your home. Now you can get lightning fast speeds of up to 1 gig. That's 1,000 Mbps. With 1 gig high-speed internet, you can now enjoy lightning fast downloads and uploads that will leave you amazed. Seamless streaming of your favorite movies, shows, and music. Lag-free gaming. Effortless connectivity for all your devices, ensuring everyone in your household stays connected. Plus, you get our next-gen Plume Wi-Fi, built on Guam's most reliable network. Visit GTA.net to see if fiber is available in your area. GTA Fiber. Nothing beats fiber.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 671-588-4651 or visit apl.com.
It used to be that cancer diagnosis meant off-island trips and complicated therapy. Scary words like chemo and radiation, but things are changing for the better. At Island Cancer Center, we've invested in cutting-edge radiation technology that targets just the cancer, which means lower dosages and fewer side effects with maximum results. Technicians with decades of experience working with state-of-the-art tools are ready to help you and your family now. We know you've got questions. Get the answers now. Visit islandcancercenter.com for more information. That's islandcancercenter.com. Our family treating your family.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon ruled that Judge Alberto Tolentino will not be disqualified from the Guam Regional Transit Authority corruption case. The AG's office requested Tolentino's recusal due to his familial relationship with AG Doug Moylan, but Senzon found no grounds for disqualification. She noted the request was untimely and impractical, potentially leading to judge shopping and overburdening other judges. Tolentino had previously recused himself when Moylan was a private attorney, but Moylan later stated there was no conflict. The case involves 5 GRTA officials charged with corruption related to hiring practices. And Congressman Jim Moylan's team met with Dr. Adam Robinson Jr., head of the VA Pacific Islands healthcare system, to improve veteran care on Guam. Discussions included allowing Guam veterans to receive care in states other than Hawaii and enhancing services at Naval Hospital. Plans were confirmed to expand the Dedido outpatient clinic by late 2025. The meeting was a response to veteran concerns and a congressional visit. Moylan is in Washington, D.C. for the National Defense Authorization Act vote, scheduled for this morning, Guam time. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The GVB board has approved a $35,000 salary increase for General Manager Carl Gutierrez, elevating his base salary to $160,000, a 28% rise. This decision came during the board's first meeting in 6 months, where Chairman George Chu presented Gutierrez's performance review. He rated highly in categories like communication and leadership, meeting expectations. The raise, which aligns with a government-wide 22% increase plus additional compensation, aims to address GVB's lower employee pay scale compared to similar tourism bureaus. And United Airlines flight attendants picketed at the Guam airport yesterday, demanding better pay and working conditions after 2 years of stalled contract negotiations. Veteran flight attendant Lisa Obaya said they plan to picket every 2 months until a better union contract is secured. This action is part of a global movement involving 80,000 flight attendants from various airlines. Pilots support the flight attendants and say all workers deserve a share of the airline's profits. The union is prepared to strike if a deal isn't reached soon. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
7:09 on the Ray Gibson Show. Where is? So they're taking the conversation outside, because normally they have it in the galley when you're flying, and you can hear it if you don't have your headphones on.
Yeah,
all of that stuff. All right. Anyway, scattered showers and thunderstorms before 9. It says partly sunny with highs near 89 degrees, winds east 9 to 14 miles an hour. Want to know what's really going on with the weather? Check in with the weather station over at Pirates Cove, and while you're there, check out details on an incredible Father's Day barbecue and a buffet that they got going on there. And every dad that gets in there, we got a paid cover for that, dad, is going to get a free T-shirt and maybe even some other cool stuff from over at the store. Ask Jeff for details. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tonight, mostly cloudy, and overnight lows around 78 degrees. Scattered showers and T-storms before 9 tomorrow and through the day. Scattered showers and thunderstorms into the evening hours as well. Mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 78 degrees, just like tonight. Sunday, it says mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees, partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Remember, all weather is subject to change at a moment's notice, so always be prepared for grill marks. I demand that you make preparations for grill marks at all times. You should always have a cooler with some beer in it. You can always pick up ice over at the gas station or something like that. Whatever trunks it is that you're wearing, and a bikini on speed dial to join you someplace at the beach for those mostly sunny grill mark moments. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92, about a 40% chance of rain today. Rip currents and hazardous surf warnings are in effect right now, and sunset scheduled for 6:49 tonight, the longest day of the year, according to Pam Eastlick. It's 7:11 on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back. For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelan, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. BK Melt are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule. Yeah, it's nice. 7:12 on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by the team over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also, Guam Regional Medical City. You know, Real Joe, they are your healthcare partners.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah, you got to make that noise every once in a while. There ought to be it's a Father's Day weekend. We got to do that. We got to do that. Father's Day weekend. Call in with your favorite dad noises. Every dad's got some. Come on, I've got several of my own. Is one of them. It's not even an arg moment. Sometimes it's just like getting up off the couch. You need to make that dad noise, or conversely, sitting down on the couch. sometimes there are moments where there's going to be a dad noise coming up there. Then there's my father. My father had many different ways to express himself. Whenever it was too hot or too cold, he'd always say about the same thing. Puta leña, caro.
Yeah. A little bit of cursing.
Sure. But it sure gets the point across about how Papa was feeling. 7:13 on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-825-5880-TALK. Shouts to Stephen Liz and Paris Mendiola Bluffs, Tina Guzman in the mix. So is Tammy Post Office online.
Good morning, Tammy.
Speaking of people with great dads, I worked with her father, and he was a terrific guy.
Rich was the man.
He was the man. Army Lynn is online saying, Lucia Fleming Wood, already miss you. Dave Duenas is there, Bunker and Joe Dizon and others. All of them making those great dad noises. 888-8255. Me Machine is online. You got some new stuff. I know it's hard because you watch stuff on your phone or whatever that you want to send in. 797-8255. And then B-Man Dennis Larson send stuff like this in, and you go, oh. Never mind. We got multiple cuteness here. Japanese intern hottie and cute dog.
The puppy's so
How am I supposed to beat that in the Ray Gibson Show? Listen, I'm not going to talk to you about achievement. That's Jerry Roberts' role. I'm going to talk to you about trying. That's all I want you to
Try,
do.
man.
If you're out of something, just look.
Maximum effort.
Go to social media. Go to your TikTok. Go to your Facebook and Instagram or whatever. You will find something that is meme worthy and share worthy there. Maybe something that you may be able to take a picture of something that you'll be able to take and make your own. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, 7:15 in the morning. Normally take a look at what's going on in the markets, and I might get around to doing that here in just a second, but Donna walked out. She went to go get coffee next door.
She did. Is Jerry still working here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, he'll be in
just
today.
checking, man.
He'll be in today. Says there's a story here. I'm not big on regulation. As anybody that listens to the program knows, I don't like regulation. I don't like the idea that the government and certain departments and agencies have the capabilities of coming in and regulating every little thing like they know better than I do about how to run my business. So I'm not nuts about that kind of thing. I suppose every once in a while there ought to be some form of regulation to keep people from hurting themselves unnecessarily. Denmark has regulators. There are imported foods crossing the line from exotic taste to a public danger. That is what the nation asserted recently in its order to recall a selection of ramen from Samyang, a South Korean company. Samyang. The reason why
that's so good.
That's I don't know, but I'm pretty sure maybe over at Village of Donkey or 17 million mom and pop Korean stores here on Guam, we might be able to get our hands on some of this Samyang spicy ramen that they've got.
Yeah, now they've created a black market.
I'll bet. It says the regulators in Denmark say they have added a potentially dangerous amount of capsaicin in its products. You know what capsaicin is, yes?
It's the hot stuff,
It's
Ray.
the thing that's the molecules that make it hot going in and out. Don't touch my birdie hot. That's capsaicin
It's
hot.
Scoville.
Yeah. But Samyang has pushed back, claiming the unprecedented recall of its product was not because of a problem in their quality, but because they were too spicy. That's why you're making us recall our product.
Pepper spray soup.
What a bunch of woos here we have in Denmark.
Yeah.
There it is. And then there's this story. Even though we don't have one here on Guam, I'm toying with the idea. This actually sounds like it could be a good time for many people. Working at a Chick-fil-A location can be an enjoyable part-time job after school. The beginning of a long-lasting career with a
pleasure
with a fast food chain. Really, they really are nice. I mean, these are some of the. It's like they're all Canadian.
That's my pleasure.
At Chick-fil-A's. I used to pronounce it Chick-fil-A. But would you pay to allow your kids to attend a summer camp at which they essentially get the experience of working shifts without pay? One location in Louisiana thinks at least some parents will jump at a chance and is offering such a camp this summer for $35 a child. News of the opportunity resulted in some fierce social media debate earlier in the week. But wouldn't that's the way to do that? That's the way to do that. Hey, how'd you like to be a radio star? Intern opportunities here at Choice Broadcasting for our next generation of radio stars. You're going to be an unpaid intern, and we'll have you do as much of the grunt work as possible, things that even Joe won't do. You will get to do it. You'll be delighted with it.
That's just crazy.
When I started in radio, and Jerry Roberts would happily maybe tell you the story, I did whatever it took to have them let me in the building when I wasn't on shift.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and because that's the only way that I was able to observe and learn from some of the older guys, like Dave Eckert and Jerry Roberts and Rick Hutto and all of these other brilliant,
legends.
Yeah, absolute legends in radio. God, Lord, they were just and so I would come in after school, and whatever needed doing, I did. Fix the teletype, change the ribbon on the teletype, scrub the toilets if I have to, go and in the television where they had the television transmitter. Yeah. Up on the top of the television, and this needed attention from time to time. Up around the top of the television transmitter for Channel 8, there was usually 4 or 5 or 6 marijuana roaches.
Oh,
it was kind of like community property, because that's where everybody went to go smoke.
Yes.
Was in the transmitter room, and
it's a radio station.
Of course it was. We didn't want to do it in a studio, so we'd go in the transmitter room and smoke a little marijuana joint, put the stub out, and then put it on the upper lid of the television transmitter. And every once in a while, somebody needed to go and collect all of that stuff.
And you had small hands.
I was able to reach up and grab all of the stuff. The engineers were all short guys. 7:19, Kenny, I'm talking about you. 7:19 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Time to take a look at all of the stuff that's going on around town and in the markets. Do I have market report music? There it is. Let's see. Anybody end up in the ups? I believe so. Major indexes, including the S&P 500, are up by a little over a dozen points. NASDAQ picked up almost 60 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average ended up in the red, 65 points down. FTSE is also off by about 51 points. The Nikkei dropping 156. Hang Seng Index up by 174. And in the continent, in Shanghai, that market is down by almost 9. Let me see. Do we got good news on the DAX? No, we don't. DAX is off by 365 points. Some of the other numbers that we like to look. Well, the big winners for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ was the big winning market today. Led up by Broadcom Inc., NVIDIA Corporation, Tesla. Tesla. They're supposed to be having conversations about Elon Musk's salary. Why was it?
He better take a pay cut, man.
All of the Gutierrez haters are chiming in the media about the pay raise that he got over at GVB.
God, it's so hard to hate.
Which
on
is
him.
it's like nothing in comparison to the work that he does, and I'm sure that the same thing is going to happen with Elon Musk and Tesla. But I think he's asking for like $65 million, $1 billion in compensation. It's a ridiculous number. Anyway, so Tesla is at number 3. Exelon Corporation, Micron Technologies, rounding out the top 5. At the bottom of the NASDAQ, Warner Brothers, make better movies, and maybe the better things will happen for you. There's MongoDB, Atlassian Corporation, Zscaler, and Sirius XM Holdings at the very bottom of the NASDAQ. Numbers like gold today, down by $35. Boy, it's been moving around rapidly. $2,319.70 for an ounce of gold today. We've got West Texas crude trading at $77.93. Wait a second, that is down from what it was when I came in. When I came in, it was $78.37. Yesterday, it was $78.25, and now down below $78 a barrel of West Texas crude. That's good news. Not so great news for Tapas. Yesterday, it was $81.33. Today, it is $82 and 21, so up by 90 cents. I don't want to alarm anybody. That laugh, you make it sound like I do want to alarm people. I'm just
you
saying.
Go gas up right now, man.
Yeah,
you call your friends that can get on base.
It's $3.10 a gallon, baby. It's $3.10 a gallon right now. I'm not saying it's going to go up by another nickel or a dime.
We're suffering,
but it has gone up most of this week, and so I anticipate the gods of the gas company are going to look at that rather unfavorably and say, well, we got to do something. And it's not like the olden days where you had a little bit of slip time, because there's only one gas station that still has manual signs, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else, it's all digital. They programmed that out of Chicago or something like that. So
Faster than fast.
There's like a guy, he's just sitting around. It's like 8 o'clock at night, And he's going, push the button now, push the button now, push the button now. And he pushes a button in Chicago, and the price of gas goes up or down on the signs here on Guam. Back in the old days, we didn't have that. They had to send the boy out there in the rain sometimes to go and change the numbers, which gave you a little bit of extra time to get in there and get the gas. I'm not saying it's going up. I got a feeling that it's going up. So gas up appropriately for the Father's Day weekend. Other numbers that we like to look at, Japanese yen, 156.99. A little bit weaker against the dollar than it was yesterday. It was 156.86 today. Philippine peso at 58.65. Yesterday was 58.53. So it's still time to go to the Philippines and Japan. Those currencies are down. The prices for an airplane ride are down over at Philippine Airlines for sure. Had those guys on at 9 o'clock yesterday and talked about all kinds of groovy things. I forget what the rate is, like $359 or something like that. That's a $359 all in to the Philippines, and it was like $450 something, which was the rate to go to the Philippines and then onward to Narita. No, I'm sorry, Fukuoka. Fukuoka was the destination on that. They got all kinds of other great packages and plans. We'll hear from them with a little bit more regularity, I think, soon. We got the South Korean won at 1,376, and not a good day for Bitcoin.
Terrible, 66,831.
66,831. Yes. It was 68 yesterday, 69?
67.
67 yesterday. All right, so it did. Plummeting.
It's
plummeting.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's a downward
price
spiral.
of gold, that's what happens. Yeah. There's something floating around on X yesterday, and I didn't really understand what it meant. So I'm glad that Jerry Roberts is back in the studio, because every once in a while he's able to take a look at news stories or rumors of stories and clarify them for me. All right, so there is a 50-year-old agreement that the oil business and the Saudis in particular are going to be doing business with the dollar, the U.S. dollar. And there were a couple of posts on Twitter and X yesterday that said they were going to let that expire and not continue it. And depending on who was on, made it sound like it was financial Armageddon if all of a sudden the American dollar was not the currency of record for transactions in oil.
Yeah, you recall when the Ukraine thing started up, you had Russia, China, I think India got involved, and they're making a play to have their currencies,
right,
or a currency, for example, become the reserve currency of the world. Right now, the U.S. dollar is like 92% of countries in the world, or something like that, use their reserve currency is the dollar. Okay. Well, that means they got to buy dollars.
Yeah.
Right. It's a good thing for us. So when large scale countries go in who have a large GDP, for example, and large exports, and they begin to use something else besides us, besides the U.S. dollar, then it weakens the dollar overall, which is not a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a good thing for the stock market, but it's not a good thing generally for the economy on a long-term basis. So I think that's the primary reason behind it. I could be wrong in that, but generally speaking, I remember when this coalition began a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Or maybe 3 years ago now, we're in Ukraine, right? I remember that conversation coming up, is that if the world currency changes from the dollar to something else, what the long-term impact would be on our economy.
So do we end up buying those dollars back from them?
You're way above my pay grade on the day-to-day impact of how that would work.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen anything that actually confirms it. As I said, there were just a couple of posts.
But we buy a lot of stuff from them. Oil.
Yeah.
It's the only thing, we're buying from them. It's a lot. So if that were the case...
Rather buy it with dollars, our own dollars, than with some other currency that we would then have to invest in.
Well, imagine if the yuan became a reserve currency, and the Chinese forced us to buy everything that they export to us, which is a ton, like most of our pharmaceuticals, for example, and just a plethora of other things that we have. You think about that, right? Of all this stuff that we import from China. I mean, they basically are the manufacturing arm of the United States and the rest of the world, still, to this day. I mean, Vietnam's coming up, and a few other places are coming up, but primarily it's China. It makes and exports pretty much everything. And if they decide that, no, we ain't going to use dollars anymore, you're going to use this. What are you going to do with that short term? You're going to have to comply.
Yeah, until we get our own manufacturing. But then, with still access to the raw materials, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I mean, you could see where that would have a debilitating effect. Jerry Roberts, 7:28 in the morning, and just in now from a couple of days' worth of incredible training. I have not yet gotten the report from my brother Dave, who was apparently in the audience for training with Jerry Roberts yesterday.
Was Wednesday.
Oh, was it Wednesday? All right.
Wednesday, yeah.
There's a picture of him smiling, and he's got two fingers up saying, I'm having twice as much fun as anybody else. That's what those mean?
Dave's always great.
Yep.
Dave sits in the front row, and he always contributes.
Nice.
It's always fun to see him.
Nice. So next set of, you can tell me on the other side. People waiting for you to do the extra point. Here is this morning's Friday Incredible Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Thank you. So you're looking around the workplace, and you're doing the very thing that I would generally advise against. You're comparing yourself against others in terms of talent and perhaps overall value to the organization. Well, I get it. It's hard not to do that sometimes. It's a human nature thing to do these kinds of comparisons. In doing this, you decide that you don't match up to most of the others. They beat you in experience as well as recognizable talent and skills. You wonder what kind of future you might have if these other people will always outshine you. Well, what if I told you that a situation is there right now? The situation is perfect. The situation is absolutely perfect for you to make your mark. That's coming next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United. At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 671-588-4651 or visit apl.com.
So there you are, sitting at your desk or out in the field, if that's where you do your work, and you're in a bit of distress. You just ran a fast comparison of your talents and skills against those possessed by other folks there, and you came to the conclusion that you're probably going nowhere fast. You don't measure up, you say to yourself. You'd be better off looking for another job, maybe something less demanding. Maybe that would give you a better chance to make some progress. You continue the conversation with yourself. After all, sooner or later, the managers here are going to figure out that I can't hang with everybody else, and they'll fire me anyway. Now, what if I told you that you can still make a positive difference and make your mark in the organization without any talent whatsoever? Got that? Without any talent whatsoever. And by the way, I don't buy into that thing that you don't have any talent. 10 things that you can do to separate yourself from the pack, to get on your boss's radar screen, to add perceived value to your place on the team. Now, one of them require any specific measurable talent, but they say all the right things about you. Ready to go? Here we are. 10 things. Don't need talent. Number 1, be on time. And I'm not just talking about showing up when the work begins. What I mean is a total respect for time. Get to work early. Somebody once said if you're 10 minutes early, you're 5 minutes late. Let that sink in. Don't cheat on breaks or stop work early at the end of the day. Show leadership in your organization that you value time. You put a value on time. They will take notice. Number 2, make a solid effort. Don't go through your shift in slow motion, even if everybody else does exactly that. Don't match anybody else's low effort. It's a bad look. Number 3, bring high energy. This is complementary to the last one. Effort and energy are not exactly the same. Just make sure you move with purpose. Number 4, have a positive attitude. Now, I know you've heard it a million times, and by now you're probably sick of all the positivity that people talk about and how it's supposed to change things for you. So far, you're good with time, making a big effort, and you're bringing energy. Now, go ahead and sprinkle in a little bit of positive attitude. I promise you, it won't be painful. Number 5, be passionate about your work. If the word passionate applied to your job seems a little weird to you and you get triggered, substitute this one. Give a hoot. Will that work? There it is. That's better. We're in the middle of 10 things that you can do to improve your standing with your employer that do not require any specific skill. Number 6, show good body language. Simply, like Mom and Grandma said, sit up straight, walk tall. Give off the impression that you are mentally dialed in while you're in the workplace. It's a good visual to give somebody else. Number 7, be teachable. When people try to help you grow, be hungry for it. If you get training, use the training. Number 8, do a little bit extra. Volunteer for projects. Help out when and where you can. And strive to be a resource for people. It's going to be noticed. Number 9, be prepared. Come to work ready to work. There's more to this. Be ready when opportunity bangs on your door. People get sick, they resign, they get fired, positions open up. Why can't one open up for you? Oh, it's about that lack of skill you were talking about. Okay. Well, if certain job interests interest you, do you need to get that job before you start building a base of skills for it? Why not go to the person who has that job now, and preferably somebody in a few years of retirement, and have them teach you little by little. I've seen this over and over again in the workplace over the years, where somebody is within, let's say, 3 years or 5 years of retirement. They know they're heading out the door, and they take somebody under their wing, and they begin to teach them on the side, okay, unofficial to the organization. They do this, and then when that job or when they're getting really close to retirement, they say, hey, this guy, this lady over here, she can do the job. Okay, and that person is then in line to kind of take over if they so desire. Number 10, have a strong work ethic. Work ethic and skill have nothing to do with each other. Work ethic is about the consistent value you bring to your employer. 10 ways to impress your bosses and maybe even earn a promotion, and none of them deal with talent. Several years ago, Lived lead speaker John Maxwell wrote a book entitled Talent is Never Enough. If I had to choose between a person with loads of talent but a lousy attitude versus somebody short on talent but with an amazing attitude and work ethic, I think you know which one I'd be picking. Mm-hmm. The old saying is, hire for attitude and train for skill. Yes, sir. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
7:36 in the morning. Now, I can do it when he's not in the room, but I cannot do it as well as he does. The extra point. Very good, Jerry Roberts.
You do very well.
A fantastic set of training that you had the first round of a couple and sold out crowds over the last couple of days.
The funny thing about it, we were solidly sold out, and then one company pulled out and said, nah, we'd rather you come over and do it for us privately.
I see.
So we had a few extra seats yesterday, but it's going to turn out for a good reason.
Roger that. Yeah, now, so that was the first of the series dealing with difficult people. You've got problem solving and situational supervising, winning customer service that's coming up next week. Is that one sold out?
There's a couple seats. I'll say this and I'll probably regret it. There's a couple of seats for situational supervision. There are some seats available on the problem solver and for winning customer service. I think we're like within 5 or 6 seats or something.
7:30. So what number do people call the second they get in the office?
All right. So let me give you two. One is 646-4810, 646-4810. Or you can call my cell phone at 777-4100. either of those. And the best thing to do is go to GuamTraining.com and just get the information there, and then you can sign up and register right there.
And there's more to come like that. 7:38 in the morning. That's Jerry Robert. Just before we get into news and headlines with Donna D, Bob Kelly has been standing by talking about wanting to talk about Sirius. I'm serious. Good morning, Bob.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you pointed out that they were at the very bottom of the NASDAQ, and I would tell anybody looking for an investment to run from Sirius, because with what's happened in two areas of technology today, they're not going to last. Number one, almost all radio programming that you might want is available on the internet, and it's magnitudes more of stations than what's available on Sirius.
An infinite dial, they refer to it.
Right. And number two, almost everybody today who can afford Sirius, because that's the income level I'm going to go at, probably also could afford phones and systems of unlimited data plans, so they can tune into any station they want and listen to in their car without paying the Sirius, and have more variety, and it's not costing them any more money because they've already got the data plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't see how Sirius is going to be able to compete in the new marketplace with satellite. It was good 15, 20 years ago, but it's not where technology's at today, and I see that as a dying company unless they come up with some other offering than their satellite radio.
All right. Disclosure, Bob Kelly is among the partners in the Choice Broadcasting and my main propeller head guy. And what the hell, I got you on the line. There are other conversations going on in the FCC and in Congress on the future of AM radio. We broadcast on FM radio and a variety of video feeds and audio feeds out there in the world. What is the future going to look like for AM radio? Are they going to find a way to keep it on the machines?
Yeah, AM radio is somewhat more difficult for the broadcaster because of the facilities required,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also not the same fidelity as what FM is. However, it has much longer range. It has much better coverage. One AM station on Guam in the right location can easily cover every place in Guam, where there is nowhere you can put an FM that would cover everywhere in Guam. So for purposes of information, emergency, and so on, AM is still very important, and I think it needs to still be part of the broadcaster's tools, understanding both its limitations and its advantages. As far as cars, NAB has come out and lobbied Congress, that's National Association of Broadcasters, to keep AM required in automobiles. It is not an FCC issue. It would be more of an automaker issue because the FCC has no jurisdiction over the automakers. But one of the reasons that the automakers tried to get out of it is because electric cars have what you call variable frequency drive, so you can go at different speeds, and they operate with a high oscillation that is very difficult to keep out of some of the AM radio designs. But the technology's there to filter it. They have to.
It's the additional cost of getting all of that stuff in there. Interesting conversation, Bob. Pleasure talking with you. We'll get caught up on some other stuff a little bit later on.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
You know, at 7:41 in the morning, 888-825-5888, TALK. News here being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King, and they've got all things that they're celebrating these days, including the return of the melts. You've got to try the new Philly cheese. They've got the classic and the bacon standing by for you as well. And don't forget mozzarella fries in all of your favorite denominations, 4-piece, 8-piece, and 12-piece for you as well at Burger King. News here also being brought to you by the team over at Hoffaday Realty, Pica's Best Realty for 2023. Hoffaday Realty with Joe D, Saran Libby, and Auntie Loli, and an entire team of professionals waiting to answer your real estate questions. Now, with news and headlines, here's Donna D. Hoffa, what's going on?
The Guam Fire Department is struggling to fill staff shortages due to retirements and resignations. They need to follow safety rules requiring at least 4 firefighters per response, but rely heavily on overtime to meet that. To address this, GFD is requesting funds to hire 20 more firefighters in addition to the 35 currently in training. And 2 bills supported by the real estate industry were added to the June session agenda. Senator Chris Dueñas's Bill 175 would allow for a type of waste disposal system some say could threaten the island's water supply. Bill 51 lets homeowners build additional dwelling units. Environmental Chair Senator Sabina Perez opposed both bills due to environmental concerns, but the bills passed the committee. And GVB reported a gradual recovery in Japanese tourist arrivals to 26% of pre-pandemic levels, yet overall visitor numbers remain at 49%. Officials are concerned about losing a market share to competitors like Hawaii, which has more flights and may be benefiting from a weak yen. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Yeah, my first inclination that Bill 175 was going to be on the session didn't actually come in a gleeful text message from Chris Duenas. Actually came from an almost shrill press release out of Senator Sabina Perez's office. The statement on forcing Bill 175-37 into session, breaking the public trust. This is a clear and intentional move to undermine the legislative process that is meant to protect our community from passing laws that may be harmful to many while serving to benefit a select few.
Oh, no.
Those darn select few. Oh, my God. 7:43. We'll delve into this a little bit more with Senator Chris Duenas and others, perhaps, as the program continues. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. Traffic next. JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park. Beyond the Box time is 7:45. Beyond the Box in the Micronesia Mall. Perfect place to get your Father's Day shopping taken care of. What does he want? One of each. That's I know it sounds kind of pricey, but that's what your old man is going to be looking for. Get him a new iPhone, get him a new iPad. They got the iPad Airs in there. And in order to pay for it, well, maybe get a job at Beyond the Box. Fill out an application. They are hiring today for all kinds of sales associate positions over at Beyond the Box. Frankly, if I wasn't here all day, that's the other place I'd like to work, if for no other reason than to play with the technology or the screensaver. So you want to get your old man the kind of screen protector that I have is the kind that when you're looking at it straight on, you can see every crisp, clear detail. But the second that you move it even just a little bit, it blanks it out. So nobody can see what Dad's looking at, which is exactly the way he wants it. Find all of those toys at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. 7:45. In the traffic we go. See if there's anything that is going to slow you down on your way into the office this morning or your way into goofing off besides the rain. It has been pouring all morning long, and beginning to see evidence of all of that slowing down traffic in some of the usual spots before you get to Wysang Song. Also, traffic on Route 3 trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. Slow going there. Marine Corps Drive over by the Micronesia Mall looking pretty good right now, but Route 16 is going to have a couple of slow spots. One of them is going to be around the Department of Revenue and Taxation, so take steps to move carefully through there. 8, 10, and 16 looking pretty good right now. No major traffic on Route 10 to report. No major traffic on 4 and 8 to report on the way into the downtown Agunya area. Looking at some traffic over by the ITC building in Tamuning, and no surprise there. Southbound traffic running a little bit slower than normal. Should be clear by the time you get to Infusion, Horse and Cow, etc. Nothing major over by Home Depot. What is all that noise? Yeah, that's what it is. Barragata Heights area towards the Department of Revenue and Taxation. A little bit of traffic coming up the hill on Route 16 as well. Downtown Agunya looking clean. Don't see anything major in Petey all the way down to Big Navy in Sumai. Enjoy the ride and enjoy the Friday before Father's Day. There it is. News, weather, traffic together right here on The Point.
The following is a public notice lane closure announcement for the Ukudu pipeline replacement on Route 16 between Reventax and Marine Corps Drive, Route 1. The lane closure will take place starting in January till the end of June 2024 as a 24-hour continuous operation. The project, a 198-megawatt combined cycle power plant. Again, the closure will take place starting in January till the end of June 2024. For more information, please contact 671-649-0001. Thank you for your patience as we move forward for Guam.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I got it, 7:48 in the morning, and I took a look at a piece of press release that come out yesterday from Senator Perez's office on the forcing of Bill 175 into session. She says, issued the following statement: despite the clear opposition from numerous agency leaders, scientists, and members of the community, I'm disheartened to report that Senators Chris Duenas, Tom Fisher, William Parkinson, Roy Kanata, Joe S. San Augustin, D. Wayne Santos, Amanda Shelton, and Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munoz Barnes have forced Bill 175-37 out of committee and onto the session agenda, disregarding the transparency and breaching the trust of the people of Guam. A clear and intentional move to undermine the legislative process that is meant to protect our community from passing laws that may be harmful to many while serving to benefit a select few. And as I said, you want to talk about your danger to democracy right there, an existential danger to democracy. It is those select few. I don't know. It seems like that's a whole bunch of people that joined Chris Duenas in asking for this measure to come out of committee and onto the floor of the legislature, where it seems to me, now having never been a member of the legislature, Senator Chris Duenas, you can call me out on this, but it seems to me that part of the legislative process obviously is going to take place in committee, but the real heart of this is to get it in front of all of the elected representatives of the people of Guam in a form so that they may debate the merits of the bill, talk about the issues that the community may be confronted with the bill, and then vote for it, correct? Isn't that the way it works? Isn't that the process?
Ray, you better take a packet out and fill it out next time, because that's exactly the process. But first and foremost, Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day. Oh, you beat me to it, man. I was going to jump right in and wish Happy Father's Day.
Okay, well, we're just great minds that think alike. So happy Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to Joe and real Joe. And hopefully Ruckus just gives him a hard time this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Really feel like what it's like to be a dad.
I want to start crying like 10 o'clock this morning and just not stop until Monday.
And, of course, Donna D., and nice to have you on board this morning, and always enjoy your broadcast. You know, Ray, the funniest thing about that release is typical Democrat accuse somebody else of doing what they're doing, particularly on the transparency issue. If you go to watch the diatribe that several senators did in their extension of remarks after, they were so butthurt by the fact that the bills actually made it to the agenda. You know, the thing is that it's absolute proof and vindication that Senator Perez had no intention of ever allowing this bill to see the light of day, and so we didn't do anything. We pried it from her hands, is what we did, because this is a technique, and the people of Guam, I hope that during some of the forums that we have in this election, maybe some of the savvy media, when they're talking to some of these senators, will ask them straight up, would you be an obstructionist, and would you hold legislation in committee just because you don't like it? And I hope we can get senators people that are running for senator to go on the record and say no, so that when they do it, if they do it, we can call them out on it that they lied. But so the bottom line is, now we've won a battle. Now we're going to go and fight the war on the floor, which is exactly where it should be done.
Yes.
So yeah, you're exactly right. And the other thing is, so I walk into the session hall or the public hearing room for the rules meeting, and of course there's a bunch of realtors who have been really pushing this for over 4 years now. They want to watch democracy in action, but then there's a handful of activists, and one of them just gets right up in my face and said, Section 7 is going to poison our island. And I said, see, that's part of the lies that you keep getting from this committee and others, because Section 7 actually has an amendment pending to it that reduces it down to the 4 per acre, just like parental subdivision. And I said, besides, have you have you even looked into the technology and what we're actually trying to do here? You keep saying save our water. That's exactly what we're doing. We're putting in a technology that doesn't even exist right now on all the cessbooks around this island and the miles and miles of GWA pipe that are poisoning our aquifer, as well as many pump stations that are inadequate and overflow all the time. You know, these people have done nothing to try to fix that. And now we passed a bond authority in the last election, in the last session, which I voted for. That's going to cost hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Very little actual sewer lines, new ones, are going to go in with those hundreds of millions of dollars. That's going to raise
to
our
rehabilitate the old ones.
Exactly. And so we're going to get around to that. But these guys have no plan. They have no plan. She talks about a measly $2 million that she's been able to appropriate, which would probably serve maybe 5 houses somewhere in Dedido, maybe. So the fact is that this is nothing but total red herrings, and a chairwoman of a committee that is just proved her colors, that when she doesn't like something, it doesn't go anywhere, under her watch.
It is an annoyance, and I've seen that tactic done by other committee heads in past, and I always bristle at the idea because it does exactly that. We're going to let something die in committee. It's not even like it had a shot, not like it had a moment, in regular deliberations and regular discussions on the floor of the legislature, and then sent back to committee. This one here is a pretty interesting idea that will help, I think, in my mind, resolve a couple of issues by making it so that we may be able to better use the lands that we've got access to right now and get people into some homes. There's so many challenges in front of them. I mean, if you talk to people about why they are leaving Guam, among the reasons are the cost of living on Guam, and that begins with the cost of being able to rent a piece of property. That's gone through the roof, unattainable for a number of people, and then the cost of being able to construct anything has gone through the roof. So we give you a couple of alternatives, and they're being set aside and not even thrown on the floor so the other 14 members of the body can deliberate.
Well, and the worst part of it is that, like you like to speak about political kabuki, the real political kabuki here is these people, honestly, a select handful of them, actually want absolutely nothing but sewer lines over the aquifer, but they have no plan for it and they have no intention. This senator has actually told several families, and they gave me liberty to disclose this, she actually asked them to their face, can you just use your property for green space? And they just looked at her with a blank stare like, you got to be kidding me.
For what?
The government of Guam has millions of acres of green space. When I was at Department of Land Management, we were registering land all over Agate, Yamatic, the south, north, everywhere. The government of Guam right now, other than the federal government, is probably the largest landowner on this island.
Mm-hmm.
So she's telling these landowners, you know what I mean, with their 1 acre of property or quarter acre of property, can you be a good soldier for the environment and use your property for green space? And we might actually start to passing some legislation that the government will pay you to use your property for green space.
Oh, yeah, don't hold your breath.
And they're like, and one of the guys said, no, I need cement space for my children.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise they're going to go live in the States where there's plenty of cement space and cost of livings that are much lower here. Why don't we just buy everybody a ticket to go off island and just never come back and stop being a problem? I don't know. This is ridiculous. I thought I was pleased for you and some of your colleagues when I saw this crybaby press release.
You know, the other thing is, and I look, I like working with him, but I was really upset with him yesterday. You know, Chris Burnett just went on a 6-minute tirade telling the realtors, all the people that came down there, that they're just nothing but a greedy, grubbing bunch of people that just want to ruin our environment in the name of money. You know, I could tell you that nothing is further from the truth, particularly when you talk about John and Liz Duenas. They're from here. They're going to die here. Their kids have businesses here. You know, they're absolute. To say that these people absolutely are doing this for money and the intention really is just they don't care about the environment is ludicrous. As a matter of fact, I keep hearing this. The agency said this. The agency said no. The agency wrote this bill. The only thing they were upset about was the fact that it was 6 per acre and not 4 per acre, and that's the truth. But they want to keep putting out the lies. The government was the one who told the legislature, you need to fix this by putting in advanced nitrogen systems if you're going to allow for decedent estates and parental estates to have the same treatment. That's the government that said that. I guess Sabina Perez is considering herself the government because she's making her own decisions. Last I checked, she's not the head of EPA. Last I checked, she's not Captain Bearden. Last I checked, he's not the manager of GWA or Weary.
Well, I don't know. I bristle sometimes at almost an activist nature that some people take when it comes to this kind of thing. It's the same thinking that says that we're not going to try. When the guys come out here and start talking about nuclear energy, backyard nuclear energy, all of a sudden the hackles of the back come up and, we can't possibly do that. And, oh, my God, China syndrome. And, oh, my God, this, that, and the other. It's going to be Chernobyl all over again. This is going to be exactly what happened in Fukushima. And all of these scare tactics out there that prevent us from taking necessary progressive steps forward as a community to bring down the cost of living for the people that live here. It's the same kind of, and Republicans have been guilty of it as well, is the same kind of stand in the way that prevents the island from doing something sensible with the incredible mountains of trash that we generate on a daily basis by turning it into electricity that will eventually be that I'm sure the second that we start doing this, after we pay for some of the R&D and the construction and the incredible regulatory steps that we have to take, all of a sudden we'll find that we can generate electricity at a lower kilowatt hour than we're doing with the oil. And I would suppose that would even include cheaper than what we're going to get when the new power facility is built up in Ukadu.
Well, Zay and I were laughing yesterday because we both noticed the same thing, that when those federal officials were before the committee and they made the presentation on the very, 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 very low grade type of nuclear power that's used in these 1 megawatt boxes for the missile site system. And these crazies went nuts on them, and they were so contained, and they kept such a poker face.
I saw the video.
You know what was going on in their mind, though.
Oh my God!
You gotta be kidding me.
The backwards thinking of so-called progressives. 8 o'clock in the morning, Senator. Congratulations on this. Happy Father's Day. We'll talk again next week.
All right, get ready for the war. It's going to be a lot of fun at the end of this month.
All right, axe fight. Yay, let's go. Here comes Fox on the Point.
Summit in Italy, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and President Biden signed a 10-year security agreement.
Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's credible defense and deterrence capabilities for the long term.
President Biden says a lasting peace must be underwritten by Ukraine's ability to defend itself now and into the future.
Not by sending American troops to fight in Ukraine, but by providing weapons and ammunition, expanding intelligence sharing.
The agreement also aims to speed up Ukraine's goals of joining the European Union and NATO.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. After the announcement on the deal with Ukraine, the president was asked if he planned on pardoning his son Hunter, convicted this week on 3 felony gun charges. President Biden said he's proud of his son for overcoming an addiction.
I said I abide by the jury decision, and I will do that.
Hunter Biden could be sentenced to up to 25 years in prison, though that's unlikely as a first-time offender. His sentencing date has not been set. Former President Trump clearing the air after he called Milwaukee, the site of next month's Republican National Convention, a horrible city during a meeting with Republican members of Congress.
Well, I think it was very clear what I meant. I said we're very concerned with crime. I love Milwaukee. I have great friends in Milwaukee.
The Biden campaign responded, saying if Trump thinks it's so horrible, then he shouldn't come. Wall Street, the Dow lost 65, the NASDAQ up 59, the S&P added 12 points, the NASDAQ and S&P posting record highs for the 4th day in a row. And Tesla shareholders have voted to restore CEO Elon Musk's record $44.9 billion pay package that was thrown out by a Delaware judge last year. America is listening to Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4777. 962.
Circle K and Ambrose are turning up the heat with our 80th Liberation Day giveaway. Win big with a fully catered reserved spot at the Liberation Day Parade, plus $2,500 worth of additional prizes, which includes a canopy, chairs, a cooler, and more. Simply purchase select items and enter your My Rewards ID at any Circle K and you're automatically entered to win. Promo ends July 3rd, so hurry. Don't miss out on this epic celebration. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more info. Must be 21 years or older to win. Enjoy responsibly.
Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fonnie Willis is hitting back at her critics in a speech at a black church as she fights legal action that could remove her from former President Trump's election interference case in Georgia.
Fonnie Willis proclaimed, quote, "Justice is coming for the unjust," and accused her critics of racist and sexist attacks.
I'm so tired of hearing these idiots call my name as Fanny in a way to attempt to humiliate me. Because like silly schoolboys, the name reminds them of a woman's rear.
Fonnie Willis is fighting former President Trump's efforts to get the Georgia Court of Appeals to remove her from prosecuting the Georgia election interference case. Back in March, her special prosecutor Nathan Wade resigned after the judge ordered that the pair could not prosecute the case together. The defense alleged that their previous romantic involvement created a conflict of interest.
Fox's Jonathan Seri in Atlanta. State police in Maryland say Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman was at fault in a weekend car crash where he was slightly injured. The National Football League comes down hard on one of its franchises.
The NFL fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 Thursday and docked the team its fifth-round draft pick next year for violating the NFL's policy against tampering. The Falcons were found to have made improper contact with free agents Kirk Cousins, Darnell Mooney, and Charlie Werner. Additionally, Falcons general manager Terry Fontenot was fined $50,000. The NFL said the Falcons violated anti-tampering rules, which includes discussion of travel arrangements or other logistical matters, which the club acknowledges took place with regard to these three players. The Philadelphia Eagles faced potential discipline over alleged tampering regarding running back Saquon Barkley, who the Eagles signed as a free agent, but Philadelphia did not violate NFL rules and will not be punished.
Fox's Jared Max. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
BK Melt are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Agunya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. In the Jason Siswico murder case, motions by defense attorney William Gavras and prosecutor Sean Brown reveal new details. Siswico's decomposed body was found in Jigo in January of 2023. 5 defendants face charges with arrests starting in July of 2023. Gavras wants Brown disqualified, citing a conflict of interest since Brown represented Siswico's widow Cheryl in prior proceedings. Gavras argues Cheryl, a $250,000 life insurance beneficiary, should be investigated. Brown denies bias, stating Cheryl is not a suspect and that he has relevant information as a prosecutor. Superior Court Judge Arthur Barcinas will decide on the motions soon. Meanwhile, Guam will be represented at a House Natural Resources Committee hearing addressing a major lack of data collection in U.S. territories. This means Guam may not be getting all the federal help it deserves. Bureau of Statistics Director Lola Leon Guerrero is among 6 witnesses invited to testify. Despite efforts, the U.S. Office of Management and Budget declined to participate, highlighting ongoing challenges in enhancing data accuracy and availability for territories. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
The Guam Art Exhibit, or GAX, is back after a 5-year hiatus. This year's summer showcase, titled Now, opens on the 20th at Dusit Place, formerly known as the Plaza Shopping Center. The exhibit celebrates Guam's artistic community, both established and emerging. Organizations and individuals interested in supporting the arts can contact guamartexhibit@gmail.com. The showcase runs all month long. And the Micronesia Mall is bringing back its Father's Day games this Sunday, the 16th, from 10 to 1 in the center court. Following last year's successful inaugural event, families are invited to join in mini games like cornhole and mini basketball, plus surprises and prizes. Dads can register for free during the event for a chance to win exciting Father's Day gifts, including a brand new iPhone. All attendees are automatically entered into the grand prize draw for a 128 gig iPhone 15. The event also features a Father's Day themed selfie booth and special promotions from mall retailers all weekend. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
All right, I'll get around to doing the weather here, but congratulations to the art community here on Guam. GAX is back, and next Thursday, the 20th, is going to be the busiest day in the world. It will be the busiest day in the world. There's a ton of stuff going on, starting first thing in the morning. Now, the other reason why it's going to be a busy afternoon into the evening is there is, on Thursday night, a couple of fundraisers. One of them, stand by, let me see if I can, I'm not going to be able to put it up on the screen. I'm just going to read the thing to you, says Thursday Social with Ginger Cruise. This will be at Good Time. $25 includes one drink.
Oh, it's affordable.
25.
It's affordable, Ginger. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. It's not $250. It's $25. And I want to say,
kidding, Ginger.
I think Sabrina's got one on Thursday night as well. Yeah. Throwback Thursday at the venue,
there you go.
6 until 10.
That's one, Bree.
$20 donation includes a drink and chest up. And Chessa, because she's from the South or close enough to the South, so she's going to make sure that there's going to be food there. And I think Daryl Uzama's playing at this one, right?
Oh, man.
I think I heard that Daryl was going to be at the Throwback Thursday.
God, he's expensive.
Thursday, the 6 until 10 over at the venue. So a couple of big, girl fundraisers taking place, along with the art exhibit that's going to be going on. I think it's at the old Beyond the Box in Tumon. Yeah. I think that's where it's going to be. Anyway, I'm going to leave that up on the screen for a little bit longer. Now, I got to go in. I got to take a look at what's going on with the weather. 8:11 in the morning. It's been rainy all morning. Real Joe, you stepped outside. Did you get wet?
Still soggy.
Soggy weather outside. They say it's supposed to be like that before 9, and then the forecast for tonight is calling for scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now, unfortunately, the radar gizmo is still on the fritz. It's not working, so it's not like we'll be able to see where these pockets of clouds and rains are going to be washing in all day. You're gonna have to do this the old school way. If my knee hurts, if the lumbago is going, if all of a sudden the gout is kicking in, even though I did not have a pork sandwich, there may be some weather in the coming here. Partly sunny today, otherwise, with highs near 89 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for tonight, most of the day tomorrow, and most of tomorrow evening. And the only hope that we have, Obi-Wan, is for Sunday, holding out for Father's Day. And the prayers are that our Father's Day, for the smoking and for the barbecuing and for the buffeting over at Pirates Cove, will be under sunny skies. No, not just sunny skies, mostly sunny skies, because our old mans deserve it. Daytime highs on Father's Day supposed to be about 88 degrees, partly cloudy in the forecast, with overnight lows of about 78 degrees for Sunday night. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92 degrees. Rip currents, hazardous surf warnings are in effect, and sunset tonight should be about 6:49. 9. Hashtag tell the others. There, it is news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
It's his day. Celebrate Father's Day by treating your dad with Cold Stone's caramel and chocolate in cahoots premium ice cream cake. Layers of moist devil's food cake, caramel, and caramel truffle ice cream with chocolate shavings wrapped in fluffy caramel frosting. After all, he deserves the best. Fill your father's life with love, laughter, and of course, sweet treats. Only at Cold Stone Creamery. Order in advance at coldstonecreamery.com. Are you wondering what business provides industry-standard data center services locally? IT&E does. We're more than a service provider. We're your partners in success. We protect your data from threats both on and offline. Downtime is not an option with our fully equipped backup and redundancy systems. Rest easy knowing that we provide around-the-clock service and support. Our relentless commitment ensures a seamless experience you can rely on. Are you curious about where to start? Ask Blue today. IT&E, innovation for your business.
Hey, Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. No, that's the noise that you make. Hey, how you doing? Hey. What's up, Tuffy? What was I saying? Global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by, hey, nice new car you got there. Color white. You look like a Starship Trooper in that ride. Where'd you get it? NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Take a look at all the incredible rides that they've got there. Super options, super standard items, and not a whole lot of money. I don't care what the sticker says. You just go ahead and take $10,000 off the price, and then do the other mathematics in your head for the interest rate. It's 4.99%. That's pretty good. They want to do more. They wanted to do more, but it's Biden presidency, and so there's only so low that the interest rates can go. But they'll fix you up on the other side of the transaction as well. You will love everyday driving. You will love being in this car, and it will make you feel good. Keep your family safe, too, in a Nissan ride. More details can be found at NissanGuam.com.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Right on 8:14, Ray Gibson Show. What are we doing today? The Friday before Father's Day. And frankly, everything that's going to be taking place, with the exception of the next telephone call, is just going to be me killing time between now and the arrival of the real star of the show, which is Brigadier General Tomas Moss.
Is it Tomas or Thomas?
I'm gonna call Moss. I'm gonna inaugurate him.
Can we call you Tom?
In the brotherhood here. I'm gonna inaugurate. You know what? If you were a Tomorrow Boy growing up, your name would be Moss. So Brigadier General Moss.
You're one of the guys now.
And even though you're Brigadier General, our short name for you is still going to end up being Chief. So he's going to be in the studio a little bit later on. And it'll be, I want to start off the story on the interesting ways that we came to know the 36th Wing Commander. And it is kind of peculiar there's always been a 36th Wing, right? But the guy...
No, there was a 35th.
He uses social media. This is not the legislature. It's not like, next year's going to be the 37th Wing. But anyway, he's quite adept at social media, as many of the people that follow him know. And many of the people that follow him also follow me, because I've seen the shares, et cetera, going up. Now, also, one of my favorite gets on the phone, I try not to bother the folks over at Homeland Security and Civil Defense, the Joint Information Center. Jenna's on the line. Buenos, Jenna. How you doing there?
Good morning, Ray. Great to hear from you.
Always, you know what? Yes. And I want to say it's not in a non-urgent, non-emergent situation.
Right.
I just wanted to follow up, and it's not because I want to lay any criticism out there. I just literally, I'm concerned, a little bit curious about where we are with these early warning systems. Where they get the Chi-Coms are all, they're encircled Taiwan. We got the Cubans playing host to the Russians out there. And anything can happen. And
absolutely.
And I just want to make sure that if something does happen, I've got adequate warning here. Even though I'm the guy on the radio, and a lot of people would suppose they'd get it from me. Obviously, there are other mechanisms that we've got. We've got the all hazards warning systems, the sirens that go off when they're being tested or when there's something to be concerned about. And was it this week or last week that you had a test?
Last week. We had it last week, Tuesday. You know, after a really long hiatus, we did finally test the sirens again. We started back up again in May of this year, and we did have some hiccups along the way. But this recent test that happened last week, Tuesday, we did find that we had tested 22 locations, and out of the 22, 19 of them came back with operational. So there were 3 that didn't go off or weren't sounded at all that we're still continuing to work on. But it's a big difference from where we were back in May.
And by way of letting people know about the improvements since May and since Mawar, I think we'll go a long ways to showing the work that's been done to restore the systems to almost pre-Mawar levels. Yeah,
absolutely. When we first tested it in May again, I think we had about 10 that were operational, so we bumped that up between May and June. We had, work on 9 additional. So, but it wasn't without its hiccups. So, I will say that this most recent test in June, we did get some feedback that some areas only had the tone and not the test verbiage, which of course can be very alarming if you don't hear that this is an actual test. But we've since rectified that with the vendor, with Radiocom. I think it was just a matter of reprogramming with the main switchboard to correct that issue. So we really look forward to our July test. That will happen Tuesday, July 2nd. That's the next test that's coming out. So we look forward to seeing what improvements have been made since then.
And as you said, there's only 3 that did not come back the way that you intended for them to work.
Right.
And that's the good news. I guess the only other thing is you got to get past the sound of the air conditioning and the video games and the television shows that I'm watching, especially because I don't know exactly in relation to where my house is in Totu how close I am to the nearest one of these all hazard sirens. You got any plans to expand from the 22 that you have in place now?
Absolutely. So there were efforts. There were 3 additional mobile sirens that were just implemented at the Barrigada Mayor's office, Jigo Gym, and at Beneventi Middle School in Dedido. So there are efforts to expand even further. This is a very lengthy process, but our program manager, Mr. Stephen Cahill, our tsunami program manager, continues to work with our federal grantors through NOAA, which is very exciting. Yeah. To be able to install additional sirens. But, we really want to remind the community that the sirens are just one form of communication. In the event of an actual emergency, we would be utilizing as many means that we can, including our partners like you, radio stations, even our website, our social media. There's so many different ways that we would be trying to get information out as well.
Yeah, vitally important, especially considering the changes. And, in my mind, it's I'm an old nuclear war baby. So in my mind, it all comes down to, what kind of time are we going to have to make preparations to be able to protect ourselves and our families in the event that missiles start coming in. So working with the military, THAAD missiles, Aegis Ashore systems that they're talking about building up here on Guam, also being able to take care of and mitigate the impacts, if you will, of even the hypersonic missiles that everybody seems to be testing these days.
Yeah, I think you'll have that conversation with maybe your next special guest. But on my end, Ray, you bring up a very valid point. And what people ask us is, what do the different tones mean on our sirens? And really, what the guidance is, there will be additional verbiage that will come with it if it's not a pre-scripted message. We do have the capability for somebody to actually go on the microphone and make an announcement. So really tune in to those key messages that you hear before and after the siren. And then tune into local media, too, because we'll be utilizing our partners as well. Yeah.
We are all part of the emergency alert system. Our systems are tested on a regular basis. And, it's one of those things. Now, every once in a while, I don't know, it's been a while since you and I've had the conversation about different mechanisms here. It used to be that all the radio stations were AM radio stations. And, it was one of the, back in the olden days, you just kind of pick up the phone and say, put me on the air. I've got an announcement I need to make. We can put you on the air anytime, but the problem now that I hear from people, especially after Mawar, and it's something that's caused us to ponder what our potentials are, capabilities that we might want to invest in the future, is some kind of 1,000-watt AM radio station that can be heard virtually island wide. My recollection is after Mawar, there were a lot of people down south, specifically down south of Agate, south of Cross Island Road, that could not hear any of the radio stations. They were either off the air or very, very low power as a result of problems with the storms. Is there a conversation that's been taking place among the professionals of Homeland Security and Civil Defense to invest in something like a low power AM signal that you could go online with if you needed to?
Absolutely, and not just with civil defense, but government of Guam as a whole. There is an effort, right after Mawar, we did have our Joint Information Center and our Emergency Operations Center, our after-action review, our hot wash, as you can say.
Yeah.
And we did identify different areas that we can improve. From the Joint Information Center standpoint, we're now looking at different ways where we can have low-tech means of communication, really going back to the basics.
Yeah.
But for the government of Guam side, I know that there are continued efforts to look into some more advanced communication systems.
Yeah, I mean, the advanced stuff works if the IT works, if the satellites are working and there's electricity. But sometimes, there's nothing that beats the old workhorse of a broadcast. In fact, you'll note, take a look at the hot washes they did after the fires in Maui. They did not have any AM radio station that was of any value to them at the time. So they actually brought in a small, basically it's a rack and a half or so of AM transmission equipment so that they were able to get the messages out to the entire community on a band that people were already used to listening for news and information.
Yeah, so we definitely lean on our partners, across the nation to see what works best, some best practices.
Get me one. Get me one. I'll park it. I'll park it here because I got generator everywhere, girl. Anyway, 8:23. Jenna, always a pleasure talking with you. Thanks for the update and keep up the work to make sure all of the early warning deals are working. I don't know if Phil wants to go on the air with you, but I got a Phil on the line wants to talk about the warning system, so I'm going to bring him into the conversation. Phil, good morning. Happy early Father's Day. You're on with Jenna from Homeland Security and Civil Defense.
Hey, happy Father's Day to you, Ray.
Hey,
Jenna, I just want to make a, add on, like you said, ideas and solutions. How about getting along with ITNE, GTA, and Docomo, where they can just send it out to everyone has a phone practically, even kids, teenagers.
That's a great point. We did visit that. I think it was back in 2017 when we did have a large effort trying to get information out through, blast, SMS, text messaging. So there are certain capabilities that we're looking at. We continue to work with private companies, too, to see what their capabilities are. But you bring up a very valid point.
It was done in the mainland on the last. They do this nationwide emergency alert system test. Guam does it with the radio stations. You hear the sounds of like a fax machine going off. That's a test, whether it has any language on it or not. But in the mainland, they also tied it into the telecom networks. That was not done here on Guam. A guy like Bob Kelly will be able to explain to me why they don't do that or couldn't do that.
Well, we don't. Yeah, we don't have the wireless emergency alert capabilities for cell phones, and I know our local telecom companies are continuing to look into that effort along with the emergency management side, see what the government of Guam can do as well. But right now that capability is not with Guam, as well as CNMI and I believe American Samoa. But wireless emergency alerts are unavailable here, but we do have, you're correct, Ray, the emergency alert system over radio and TV stations.
Is it a money problem? Do the telecoms not have the money to invest in that, or is that something that...
I won't be able to speak on their behalf, but I definitely will say that, money is always going to be an issue for these types of systems.
Phil, you brought up a good question, and as I thought he would, Bob Kelly's on the other line, and I'm going to bring him into the conversation. We'll talk about that wireless alert system.
Nice.
All right, buddy. You too. Have a great time with it. Bob Kelly on the line. Bob, you're on with Jenna from Homeland Security and Civil Defense right now. Tell me what you know about the wireless alert system as it exists in the U.S. mainland, and what steps need to be taken to be able to broaden that capability to Homeland Security, Civil Defense, and us here. Oh crap! And then he hung up.
No, that wasn't Bob.
Oh, it wasn't Bob. That's why.
It was another guy asking about Thad.
Oh, Thad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I don't know anything about that, and he ditched the phone, so we're going to go ahead and leave this here. 8:26 in the morning. Jenna, as I said, it's always a pleasure talking with you, even more when we're not, hair on fire trying to pass along.
Thank you so much. Happy Father's Day. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. We're trying to pass along 30 pages of information about where you can get potable water and who's got electricity and who doesn't have electricity. Yeah, let's think about let's go back a year. Where were we Father's Day last last year. Did you have electricity by then, or were you still living like a caveman? Was there still? They never did get around to bucket flushing over at my place. I never lost any water at my house, thank God. I tell everybody because I'm on the Old Navy line, even though there hasn't been an Old Navy line there in about 30
Old
years.
Navy.
Old
what a
Navy.
great brand.
Well, no, there used to be. It used to be.
It's rusty
on
now.
the Navy line.
Yeah.
And they never lost water on the Navy line. And that's why everybody lived in Momotomaiti back in the day, because always had water. But it's not the Old Navy line anymore, but still didn't have a problem with water. It was the power that I lost over at my place. And the companion loss was when the electricity went out, then likewise there's no internet to be had. Even the wireless stuff, I was having a hard time getting through. So I recalled back in the day a process that we used to do when we first discovered wireless internet technologies and things like that. It was called war driving. And the way war driving, but this is they didn't have enough we're not talking cell phone days, right? We're talking about portable laptops with wireless receivers on them, so that if you passed by, say, a Starbucks, you could go in and get their Wi-Fi signal, and maybe it was encrypted. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was out and open. So back in the olden days, you could war drive and find all of these spots where they had wireless systems and find out whether or not you might be able to use that internet, steal the bandwidth from them. And there were little codes that were written in on the streets that told you what kind of internet that they had and whether it was accessible. And you'd look for a certain kind of code that basically said you can sit here all day on the internet. So basically like sitting right outside the United Lounge.
Oh, yeah.
At the airport, and then piggybacking off the wireless that they've got inside. Hey, what's the pin? What's the code for today? What's the code for today? Do the same thing over at McDonald's at any American airport. 8:28 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Let me take care of a couple of shout-outs to some folks online, including Lynn Vince, Borja Polino, Gerard Estoy, Joe Takai is online, Manny and Ning Rages, Jessica Barrett. Hey, almost time to call your guys into my place. I was thinking about having your guys come over to the house and changing out the bathroom sink feature and another feature in the shower.
You can't do that yourself?
Where it constantly drips.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. No, if I do it,
there's a YouTube video on that.
I don't. No. No. Otherwise, people will be asking you, why are you showering at my house all the time? Why are you doing your laundry at my house?
We almost did it.
Patrick and Martha Toves are there. Jerome McDonald forgot to mention gas prices have dropped by 87 cents a gallon. You can now buy in the state of California unleaded gas for $4.29 at his place. And
that's still gross.
It is still kind of gross. Glenn Hunter is online from Saipan. Meganoush Karapashian.
Yeah, Meganoush.
Watching the program here this morning. Always nice, happy to see that name. Big Sister Shelley's there. Rudy Rodolfo hanging out. So is, look, a couple of more names. Matt Galendez. Aries Mendiola, Hafalai, good to see you there. Bertha Maza Cruz, Everett Alcantara, half a day to whatever. Love that name. Dean Bates, that's my bro, and his little girl is working at what's the little coffee shop?
Eddie I?
No, that's not. No. It's not an infusion. It's one of the drive-ups that she works at.
Island Girl.
It's not Island Girl. The other one. Yeah.
Hava something.
No, it's not Hava something. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Dean might write it in. Stash is online. Jose's there. Tom Tahadzi, Buenos Anafa Day to Jay Dewan. Kim Aiken.
Hey, Kim.
Hey, dude.
I didn't know it was you until you turned around, man.
Are you playing tonight? Are you and the Rock and Rollers playing tonight over at the VFW?
Yeah.
Jennifer Leon Guerrero, Lynn McDaniel, Beck Salazar, Bill Petit is online. However, Roland Torres. Hey, there's my running buddies, Bob and Connie Bartonico. Tomorrow, I think, unless I'm too far off.
Well, there's a run tomorrow.
Most beautiful run, right?
I don't know, man.
Wait a second. Okay. I'll check. No. I'll go.
I quit running, Ray.
I will go to the Guam Running Club's Instagram and see where the race is tomorrow, because I think there is the most beautiful run first thing tomorrow morning. Did they put it in a story or is it in a message?
Thing, man. Do you ever get to a 5K and all of a sudden you need the bathroom?
Yes.
I hate that.
Yeah. You know how you deal with that?
No.
You go poop on the run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wear Pampers.
I know. Is that this
I
year's?
know. He's just dropping.
Okay, June 15, the 37th most beautiful run. This is not a 5K. Just FYI.
wow.
Is the 5M. It's a 5M. So, but it is really the most beautiful run. I've run it a bunch of times, and if I wake up early enough tomorrow, I might just lace up and head down. It starts at Fort Soledad in Umatic.
Oh, wow.
So
that's far.
right there, it's already the most beautiful run. You're in Matic, dude.
It's beautiful.
And then
we passed by that church that they blew up.
Yeah, no. The other direction.
The other way.
You go
towards
down
Malesu.
Towards Malesu, right? So
that's a view.
There's a great downhill. There's this massive sweeping downhill.
What?
You got a tiny, I don't know, 3/4 miles from the bottom of the hill, and then you go to
Oceanside.
Yeah, you know the convento down there?
I do.
You know it. Okay.
Yeah.
So just as you pass the convento, there's a left-hand turn that takes you up the ugliest, meanest hill on Guam.
Yeah, it's killer, man. Steep.
It's like JFK Hill and Weston Hill combined.
Forget about it.
And then you run up to the radio station, and then you run back down, and right there at the marina. Yeah, at the marina.
Enjoy yourself, Bob.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's nice.
It's the most beautiful.
It's the most beautiful run. And they're going, no, screw that pickleball. What time does pickleball start?
Yeah.
I don't. What time is show is going to be at 5 a.m. and go time at 6 a.m. So that's the drill. That's the drill. And if the weather is anything like we've got now, maybe less rain, but more just cool in the morning. Ooh, that's sweet. That's sweet stuff. 888-8255-888 TALK. Rose Nangauta online. Slingstone is the name. Thank you very much, Dean.
Oh my God! How did we forget that
Who
one?
said Slingstone?
I did.
When?
When you weren't listening.
Okay, God,
she
it
wants
must have
a
been.
race.
Zoe Keith, so Slingstone. Okay, so that's where the little girl works over at the place. Makes some money before she goes off to college. So tip big. Just ask. It's a pretty girl. So if there's a pretty girl at Slingstone,
30%.
She's the only one. I'm kidding. So
they're all pretty, dude.
Are you Dean and Alma's
That's
daughter?
how they sell their coffee.
You're Dean and Alma's daughter, right? Okay, because she looks just like the mom. So whatever you get, double it up and give her the tip. Same thing with my daughter, who's working at the infusions these days. Yeah. But it's a different one every time, so I can't plug.
Give this to your dad.
And Phil from the Venues Online saying, thanks very much for making a big deal about the part. So I'm undecided. I'm going to try to get to all three. The art show, and then the Ginger's thing, and then Sabrina's
You're
thing.
going to need a driver.
I'm going to need the day off the next day. That's what I'm going to need. 8:34 in the morning. Hey, did we already do the last big look at news and headlines yet? Really? Okay.
Yes, we did.
Whatever. Donna's coming up with the last big look at news. Stay right there.
Introducing GTA Fiber, bringing fiber connection all the way to your home. Now you can get lightning fast speeds of up to 1 gig. That's 1,000 Mbps. With 1 gig high-speed internet, you can now enjoy lightning fast downloads and uploads that will leave you amazed. Seamless streaming of your favorite movies, shows, and music. Lag-free gaming. Effortless connectivity for all your devices, ensuring everyone in your household stays connected. Plus, you get our next-gen Plume Wi-Fi, built on Guam's most reliable network. Visit GTA.net to see if fiber is available in your area. GTA Fiber. Nothing beats fiber.
Is KFC's new pizza?
Fried chicken? That's our pizza.
That's right. You think KFC's new pizza isn't pizza because it's made with crispy fried chicken? You think the marinara, mozzarella, and pepperoni aren't enough? Well, you're right. It's not pizza. It's chizza. Only at KFC.
Now on Guam for a limited time, the new KFC Chizza. Grab yours today at your favorite KFC restaurant or order at kfcguam.com. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Oh, my God, I suck at radio. Because today is the birthday of the United States Army, and I haven't said happy birthday to anybody in the United States. We only know that one guy, right? Nate?
Yeah,
From
he's that one
that's
guy.
doing the nighttime run?
He's a special operations phone operator.
Yeah. Yeah. So happy birthday to the United States Army, the best smelling army in the history of
Happy birthday, Army!
martial arts and
Don't
combat.
count the years, make the years count.
Amen to that. There's other special events that we'll talk about here in just a second. We got to take care of the news and headlines first with Donna D, who was lamenting while the commercial was playing. Shoots, I keep forgetting to remember to get one of those pizzas from KFC.
We went there last night. I'm like, oh man. I was like, what am I going to get? I'll get cornbread.
Next trip. Yeah. What's going on here?
Judge Maria Senzon ruled that Judge Alberto Tolentino will not be disqualified from the GRTA corruption case. The request was denied due to a lack of grounds and timeliness. Tolentino's familial relationship with AG Doug Moylan was deemed not a current concern. The case involves 5 GRTA officials charged with corruption. The ruling prevents judge shopping and ensures judicial efficiency. And Guam veterans will have more travel options for VA care if it's not available in Hawaii. Congressman Jim Moylan's office met with the VA Pacific director to discuss concerns. They're also working on a shared agreement with Naval Hospital to expand services. A planned expansion of the Guam VA clinic is expected to open in late 2025. And Sinahanya's pride flags are back up after being stolen earlier this month. A vandal was caught on camera tearing down the flags, but generous donors, including Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas, Equality Guam, and an anonymous contributor, provided the new flags and poles. Sinahan Mayor Robert Hoffman expressed gratitude for the support. The search for the suspect continues. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
It's a hate crime, I tell you, it's a hate crime. Or, on the other hand, maybe he just needed his own flags. Maybe he just, I want to be able to fly my pride wherever I'm at. I just can't afford this. Sometimes you got to feel bad for the people that are involved in some of these crimes. It's 8:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, are you ready for your head to explode just a little bit? Heck yeah.
Why?
Because Donald Trump is 78 years old today.
Oh, he's old.
He shares his birthday with Boy George.
Oh.
Awesome.
He's that old?
Is Boy George still alive?
No, Boy George is not 78. He's 63. I'm just saying.
Oh, my God. I was like, what?
Donald Trump and Boy George have the same birthday.
Oh, okay.
They don't celebrate together.
But you never know. You never know.
Do you really want to hurt me?
I'd go to that party. I would totally. I'm sorry.
You're right. That would be a happening party.
Honest, if it came down to it, you gotta make a choice. You want to go to the Donald Trump birthday party, or do you want to go to Boy George's birthday party? I'm sorry.
Them.
It just feels like there's a greater potential for sin. Fun at the Boy George party. He's 63 years old. Donald Trump, 78 years old. Yeah, he's old, but he's not as old as Biden.
How old is he?
Like 82?
200.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's our commander-in-chief.
Yeah, whatever. It's not mine. Not mine. Oh, I'd mutiny. Yasmin Bleeth is 56 years old.
She's a singer.
I don't know what she's famous for, but
she did American Idol. I don't know. I'm
with
just
a name
making
like Yasmin, it just sounds like she should be a hottie.
She was an actor.
Was she?
Yes.
In what?
I don't know.
In a Cosby show or something.
I was going to look it up.
That's not her.
She was like a cameo in a Cosby show.
Happy 56th birthday, anyway.
Happy birthday, girl.
Okay, then maybe you're right, because she's 56. She can't be in American Idol.
All right. Now, it's the birthday of the United States Army. I already told you about that, and I think I have online here somewhere in the deals here an invitation. If you don't see it on the screen, just go to thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. Your invitation to go and run a special sunset run with the Army is coming up here. I don't think I'm going to be able to get up on screen just yet. But like I said, the details on the calendar side at thepoint.gu. Go and support your Army brothers and sisters, especially if you're in the Guard here. Those are your brothers and sisters.
That's the Guam Army National Guard.
When they go, you know what?
Gang.
You guys, I think you're good enough with the THAAD now. Here's the keys to everything. Except what the Air Force got. It's also Flag Day.
Yay!
As in, never mind the pride flag, the United States flag of America. That's the flag that I take pride in. Amen to that. International Bath Day. Just take a bath.
Oh, my God,
Take a bath every
Donna
Sunday.
takes a baths.
Baths are for Ray.
Pride bath?
Yeah.
Well, it's Cucumber Day if you want to fold that into the conversation.
Here we go.
I want what do you call it? The one that, the salad, I guess. They call it salad, right? Cucumber salad, but it's just soy sauce and vinegar or something.
I love that.
I love
This is
that.
good stuff. It's Bourbon Day, Strawberry Shortcake Day, Pause for the Pledge Day, and World Blood Donor Day. I used to be a donor. I'm not anymore, but I used to be.
They don't do that here anymore,
You
right?
used to donate blood?
No, they can still donate blood.
Really?
Yeah, they don't make a big deal about it.
They accepted your blood?
Yeah, believe it or not. No, I'm a universal donor.
That's right.
Yeah, so I can give blood to anybody. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
I didn't know that. That's cool.
but usually what happens if somebody's going in for surgery or something, they will say, hey, okay, so your dad's going in for surgery, and so if you and the members of the family can go and give blood, that'd be great, because there's a greater likelihood, I believe, that you're going to get the similar blood types in the same family. That's often misinterpreted to mean they're out of blood. Blood bank. Call the radio stations. Oh, my God. Line everybody up. I don't know that that's the problem or has not been in a while. Now, find me a doctor that will attest to that. Is that another one of the lingering problems maybe that we've got over at the place? All right, other birthdays that we've got. Tomorrow, it is the soon-to-be leader of the world, Xi Jinping, is 71 years old. Is the premier of China.
China.
Ni hao.
I thought he was, he will never be his brother John, but Jim Belushi has done an outstanding job with the name and is among my favorite actors.
Jimmy.
Yes, he's 70 years old. Also, this lady, Julie Haggerty from Airplane, which I think is the only thing that we'll know her. Yeah, she was the stewardess, the pretty stewardess.
Okay, yeah, the cute kind of ditzy.
Yeah. Helen Hunt is 61 years old.
Ooh, Helen Hunt.
Twister.
Lebanese.
And what was the name of the television show that she was in?
I don't remember. She's kind of cute.
With a funny guy. The guy that was in the show was funny. I'm not going to remember. Somebody on Facebook's going to tell me what it is. But I thought that was a fantastic show that they did, and it was one of those rare sitcoms that I'd actually go and watch.
Oh, she was in that movie with Tom Hanks.
Which
where
one?
He got stranded on the island, and she didn't wait for him. She married some other dude.
Oh, so
and he
sad.
came back and he cried.
Sad.
She was the wife in Castaway?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think you might be right on that one.
I could be.
Yeah.
I'm often wrong.
Courtney Cox. Courtney Cox, as good as
Friends?
it gets. Bunker Meadow. Is that the movie? The Courtney Cox from Friends is 60 years old, but she was also.
Oh my God.
She also did a sitcom back in the 2000s. 2010s. It was Cougar Town. You remember that?
I love Cougar Town.
Excellent show. Laugh a minute. I'm telling you, Ice Cube is 55.
Wow, so young.
Then, man.
Neil Patrick Harris is 51 years old.
Oh my God. Is that Doogie?
Doogie Howser.
Doogie Howser.
He's Lebanese.
How I Met Your Mother.
It was Mad About You, Rico Blancaflor. I knew it was going to be you. Thank you very much.
They got good writers on that show.
Excellent writers on that show, and they knew how to be funny. They knew how to take just general situations and knew how to turn it into comedy gold. And we'll never ever get anything like that now because Hollywood is woke. Special events: it's Fly a Kites Day, Dogs Dad Day, Justice for Janitors Day, the Magna Carta Day tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow's also Electricity Day.
That's sweet when we have it.
Get a charge out of that. Lobster Day. Lobsters.
They're the sea bugs.
Yeah, they're cockroaches.
But
give me some.
Yes. Give it to me.
Butter and lemon.
There used to be, and there might still be, I don't know, the guys from Umatic. There used to be
the Kanatas,
massive lobsters that came out of the bay.
Huge.
In Umatic.
What? There's lobsters there?
There were.
Oh.
I don't know if they still are. And if they still are, I'm sure it's the best kept secret on Guam. Like, number one, who's running with Josh Tenorio, and whether or not there's lobsters in the bay at Matic. All right, Native American Citizenship Day, Photography Day, World Elder Abuse Day, and Worldwide Day of Giving tomorrow. Celebrity birthdays on Sunday. Laurie Metcalf from Roseanne and the Connors is 69. Golfer Phil Mickelson is 54.
69.
Dude.
Let me see. Daniel Bruhl from Captain America and Inglourious Bastards is 46 years old. And I think that's all the names that I recognize. Obviously, Father's Day on Sunday. It's also Fresh Veggies Day.
Yeah.
Cannoli Day.
What's cannoli? Is
It's
that a dessert?
Cannoli.
Is that dessert?
It's an Italian thing.
Cannoli.
Yeah.
Take the cannoli. Leave the gun.
Leave the gun.
It's Fudge Day, which is why they've got that fudge and caramel thing over at Cold Stone Creamer.
Oh.
Tortilla Day, Turkey Lovers Day. I love turkey.
I do too.
I love turkey. I'm the only one in the family that loves turkey.
It's better than chicken.
Vinegar Day, No Orange Clothes Day. Oh, what will we wear in prison?
Don't you have an orange shirt?
Yes, I do.
He wears it to Home Depot.
I wear it to Home Depot. Everybody. And finally, World Sea Turtle Day.
All right.
Well, isn't that great? We got World Sea Turtle and Lobster in the same weekend. It must be Father's Day.
They're both delicious.
Yes. No. There's 11 kinds of meat. Did you know that in a sea turtle? Yeah. So you got like a steak meat. There's something in like chicken. There's something in there like turkey. They say there are 11 different flavors of it. There's an island where the whole sea turtle thing
where they live?
It's not enforced on this island. I forget where it is. Got to find Steve Kasperbauer and Carl Gutierrez know where I'm talking about.
You mean it's near here?
Yeah.
And you go there to hunt them?
Yeah, it's big, but it's like a cultural set aside on the law that they have there, and I don't know.
Be indigenous.
So it's like the only place where you can go, and it's okay. I mean, they still manage it, but it's okay to harvest the sea turtles and eat them. Just saying. Donna's making a face. 8:47 in the morning. Remember back in the old days, in Palau, the last of the really nice turtle jewelry that used to come out of there?
I do.
Yeah. There might still be some of that floating around. 8:47 in the morning. Donna, that's it. I got to let you go now. Have an incredible and intense weekend. She's gonna work. She's gonna work and study or something all weekend long.
Get out of here and suffer.
Just kind of waste the whole weekend. All right, 12 away from the top of the hour. Who's on the phone?
It's Senator Will Parkinson.
Oh, we found him.
He's the good senator.
Nice. Okay, gotcha. What was I going to ask him about? Oh, but I was going to ask him. Is he going to wear it like a badge? His name was mentioned in the Sabina Perez press release that came out yesterday. Buenas noches and happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you so much, and Viva Bedness to everybody. How's everyone doing today?
I'm groovy. And your first Father's Day with a girl, right?
Oh, yeah. And I imagine on my Father's Day, I'm going to be working like hell, cooking some barbecue or something.
Oh, is that what I can anticipate the smell coming over the fence line, huh?
I know. It's going to be a little bit of a mixed smell. There'll be food this time.
No cotton candy. Working on it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Anyway, so I was delighted to see. This is how I knew that good things were happening over at the legislature when I saw the complainee press release that came out of Sabina's office yesterday. And there's Chris Duenas' name. And look, there's Will Parkinson's name there as well. And I appreciate you and some of the other Adeloop 6 and Chris Duenas not letting them get in the way of this measure. You don't do legislation by locking things up in committee, and the dicier the legislation, the more it needs to be put in front of the body. So I'm glad that you took the opportunity to force the issue and maintain a semblance of transparency in that body.
Oh, absolutely. It's a quoted journalist I really liked, from Guam. I'm not going to name any names, but he used to say it was a huge malfunction when we let things die in committee and don't have a proper debate on the session floor.
Yes.
And I've always taken that principle, I might not necessarily even support this bill, but that being said, it's important to have. And I was happy to assist Senator Chris Duenas and getting his bill out of committee, and I greatly thank him for also helping this committee as well, because I had a similar issue with the Castle Doctrine bill, and his assistance was critical in getting that onto the session agenda.
Well, and that's the other point. Everybody's got some press releases floating around, and I was delighted that you took an opportunity. It's a little bit of back padding, but that's okay, because I want everybody to know that there are some pretty interesting and what I consider to be the true nature of progressive legislation that is finally going to get some light of day here. You've got one on lawful operation of cannabis-related facilities. And this is the one that would waive the requirement for lab testing. Cannabis industry here on Guam is going to be chicken and egg. And what we know here is that there seems to be a whole lot of impediments, one of them including this deal on the lab. Nobody's going to grow for profit if they have to wait out the lab. Nobody's going to open retail if they've got to wait out a lab. So if we remove that, if we put some waivers on that, then we might be able to see a little bit more happening by way of cultivation and retail operations in future.
Yeah, ironically, this helps the labs as well because the labs don't want to open unless the cannabis businesses are opening. By letting the cannabis businesses open, we let the labs make their planning with eyes wide open. They get to see what the market is going to look like and what we're going to develop into, and they can make an informed decision. So I see this as an absolute win all around for the cultivators, for the labs, and for the consumers, because we're finally going to be able to unclog this industry.
Likewise, there's a couple of other interesting things floating around here. Bill number 6, which has been festering for a long time, and another one of these measures that would help move things along. A conversation that needs to be had, and you can figure out which side you are, but it's important that it gets had over at the legislature, and that is ending discrimination in employment based on the use of cannabis. That's Bill number 6. Bill number 155, the Uniform Act to secure the attendance of witnesses from without a state in criminal proceedings. I forgot what 155 was about. What is that?
So the way it is right now is Guam can have people on Guam compelled to testify in the states and other states' criminal proceedings, but Guam does not have the mechanism to do the same in our laws.
So we get some reciprocity here.
This is some reciprocity because I do not accept that they could summon people from Guam to answer in their courts, but we can't do the same to theirs. That is just no bueno. So I aim to correct that injustice. And then the other one we had was the ending of discrimination against cannabis against illegal cannabis use, because it's not fair for us to legalize this industry and then tell people that they can't take part of it or else they're going to lose their job.
Yeah.
That's just, and we don't need the government to be expanding their scope and playing Big Brother, telling us what we can or can't do. I believe in freedom, and I believe in the power of the individual to make the right choices for themselves without this sort of Damocles hanging over their head that they might lose their job if they take that risk.
And we don't do it for booze.
Don't do it for booze. I don't say to somebody, hey, you were drinking off in your off time, and so we're going to can you. And it's even worse for cannabis. You could be tested for cannabis, and this stuff could be on your system for up to 90 days plus.
Yeah.
So you could be on your Christmas vacation with your family, doing whatever you want to do in the responsibility and pleasure of your own home. And then 3 months later, when you're at work, all of a sudden you're peeing hot and you're being let go. And that is not an equitable or right or just situation.
And if you disagree, again, the important thing is the transparency of the process. Now, it will be before the elected leaders, elected representatives, and that means that they will have that conversation out in front of God and everybody. I'm glad that's out of committee as well. You've got Bill 14-37, Public Meetings During Emergencies Act. Sounds boring to me. I move on.
It was boring, but I got to tell you this little detail. When I introduced this bill, this allowed for audio and visual, recordings for public hearings.
Okay.
But in the time since I've introduced it, AI has made it so I'm probably going to have to amend out the audio portion only, because with the power of AI and deep fakes and like the voice dubbing that they do, I'm no longer comfortable with voice being a part of like that conversation. And I just thought that was really interesting how just the advent of AI has changed my perception on my own bill.
Oh, it's astonishing what they can do. There's apps now that you can download that will take whatever you say, whatever you write, and put it in anybody's voice. And the process of being able to snag my voice, your voice off the ether, out of the YouTubes or whatever, and then have somebody have a AI generate things that sound like it's what I would say is astonishing. Yeah. They're getting very, very close on this. Then there's this one here, Bill number 39-37, and this one here, as you say, would strengthen the Castle Doctrine by affirming that we have the right to defend ourselves, not just inside the house, but if you're in my yard and I'm feeling frightful about what it is that you're going to be doing to me or my family, I will have the opportunity to defend myself on that property without having to, without the, as you say, the duty to retreat.
Absolutely, because that was kind of a gap in the original Castle Doctrine law, where it protected you inside your house, but in the areas outside on your house, but still on your property, which we define as curtilage, you were not protected by the law. So this law during its public hearing was supported by both the Attorney General and the Public Defender's Office. Because for the Attorney General, it helped them with enforcement, and for the Public Defender, it helped them actually use it as an effective defense for their clients. And so this is just a win all around, and really would go a long way towards making castle doctrine much more effective, because, we call it castle doctrine, but you don't defend your castle inside your castle. The defense of the castle starts at the moat.
And the moat is the sidewalk. The moat might be the roadway, is whatever it would take.
Your yard, your dirty kitchen. Your
a lot of people will suggest that this is a Second Amendment deal. It's not necessarily. We're talking about you might want to use a baseball bat to defend yourself. The point is that this is where you live.
It's not even about guns. It's about where you could defend yourself.
Right.
You could do it with any tool at disposal. You could do it with a frying pan if Tanana so chooses. I don't want Tanana going to jail because she used a frying pan outside her house instead of inside her house.
Amen. Yep, got that. And since it's my castle, that goes wherever I go or wherever I have a legitimate reason and a legitimate purpose to be in, including my work, including the parking lot over at Payless, including inside my own car. We've got just a couple more minutes before I got to jump into Fox News. While you're at work, and I note that nobody's introduced anything in the last 10 days, good thing, bad thing, you decide. Can we take another pass at noise suppression and then the concept of constitutional carry? I know that you've got two-way DNA inside of you, and you believe in it as we all do.
Stop, Rick. It only gets so erect. Yes, I got
He means mentally erect. I hope he means mentally erect.
I hope so too.
Yeah, but no, I would be. You know what? I did not know we had gaps in those places. I would be happy to address them myself.
Yes, there are. In fact, go find former Senator Tony Atta. I want to say it's either him or Joe S. that might have taken the last pass at noise suppression. People equate them with too many Hollywood movies with silencers and things like that. There's still, trust me, there will still be a bang that comes out of it. You will still hear the mechanism of the gun moving around. It merely suppresses it, and we use that now to protect our hearing. And that's generally the way that legislation in places where it has passed did pass, because it's for hearing protection. You guys spend a lot of time out on the range, accidentally take out the puffing in the ear or take off your earplugs or whatever. We should be able to suppress that noise to the degree that we don't jeopardize our hearing. It's 8:58 and change. Senator, again, happy Father's Day to you. I know it's your first one, and lots and lots of pictures. I want to see pictures in social media all over the place of you carrying the baby and doing all of that. All right.
Oh, I will. I put some pictures up, and they were doozies. I see the eye bags under my eye. I'm already looking rough.
It's all right. I'm sure your old man's smiling down from heaven. I'll see you soon, buddy.
See you soon.
All right.
Be back.
888-825. Well, hold on to that. Coming up is something we've been anticipating and enjoying for a long, long time. Tomas. That's General Tomas, a.k.a. Chief Mas, going to be in the studio in just a little bit. We get the conversation, kind of a welcome aboard to the Brigadier, the 36th Wing Commander. That's coming up in just a little bit. Attention, Fox News Live in about 25 seconds.
Commitment. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky signing a 10-year security agreement.
A lasting peace for Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability to defend itself now and to deter future aggression anytime in the future.
The president says U.S. troops will not be sent to fight in Ukraine, but the U.S. will provide weapons and ammunition and expand intelligence sharing. The agreement announced on the sidelines of the G7 summit, where world leaders also announced a $50 billion loan to Ukraine using frozen Russian assets as collateral. At the news conference, the president was asked about the ceasefire proposal between Israel and Hamas.
The biggest hang-up so far is Hamas refusing to sign on, even though they have submitted with something similar.
He says the deal was endorsed by the UN Security Council and the G7. The changes Hamas had asked for were characterized as unworkable by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. U.S. Central Command says Iranian-backed Houthis launched 2 anti-ship cruise missiles and hit a commercial ship in the Gulf of Aden off Yemen, injuring 1 civilian on board. What started out as a traffic stop ended in an arrest for a man in Queens, New York, after police discovered a cache of weapons in his vehicle.
NYPD officials say they pulled Judd Sampson over around 1:30 Wednesday morning because his license plate was partially obstructed. That's when they discovered the arsenal of weapons inside his car. A 9mm Glock, loaded magazines, body armor, and handcuffs. NYPD uniform items, axes, stun guns, and a weighted whip were just some of what was in the vehicle.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers in New York City. Sanson is facing weapons charges, but police say the investigation continues to determine if he had any ties to terrorism. Cannabis regulators in Massachusetts will allow pot to be transported to Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket for the first time. America's listening to Fox News.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom-and-pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
An attorney for victims in New York's Gilgo Beach murder case says he has evidence that could connect those close to the accused killer to the case.
New York attorney John Ray represents families of victims in this Long Island murder case. He alleges it may not only be Rex Heuermann linked to the attacks and murders, but members of his family. Ray specifically points to Heuermann's daughter Victoria because of her activity online and a shirt she wore.
Right after her father is indicted, for these murdered women, it depicts a human skeleton.
Associates of Ray went into social media evidence of graphic artwork signed by Victoria Heuermann. Heuermann's daughter is thus far not accused in the Gilgo Beach murders. Her father has pleaded not guilty. In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
There are more signs of prices and the economy cooling.
Prices at the wholesale level declined in May. The drop of 0.2% was a surprise. Also, core prices, excluding food and energy, were flat in May. For the year ending in May, the PPI held at 2.2%. Core PPI on an annual basis came in at 2.3%, which is an improvement. Also, the job market is showing signs of cooling. The number of new claims for unemployment benefits last week rose to 242,000, and those remaining on benefits in the latest reading rose to 1.8 million. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
President Biden is set to nominate Christy Goldsmith Romero to replace Martin Gruenberg as head of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Goldsmith Romero is currently a commissioner at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the nation's financial derivatives regulator. Gruenberg last month said he would resign from the FDIC after an independent report found incidents of stalking, harassment, homophobia, and other violations of employment regulations. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
BK Melt are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagutnia, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule. For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelan, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. I have to talk on the radio. We're in the middle of the conversation here. Should have turned on the micro. Should have dropped the Fox News and just stayed in the studio with the general and I. What is general? Show me his business card. What's it say?
It says it gets you a free pass to the Taragi Beach.
Right. That's what I'm looking for. So we showed that at the front gate?
Yeah.
That's
Anywhere.
our way in? Awesome.
Anywhere.
Awesome. This is going to be great. 6 after. That's better than the coin.
Yes, sir.
That's better than the coin. Then. All right, 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the guys over at Security Title. Kim and Ron, guaranteed they're listening right now because they got some skin in the game. And it wouldn't surprise me if Kim and Ron hadn't already met with the general. They're important people in and of themselves. In addition to being the best folks when it comes to title and escrow on Guam. You're doing real estate on Guam. You don't do it without them.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Let me see. Now we gotta adjust the camera just a little bit more on you, if you don't mind, General. Swing the microphone directly. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. Okay, all right, that's perfect. Don't touch anything more.
Straight.
What's that?
Ask him to sit up straight.
General, the producer would like you to sit at attention if you don't mind.
Attention. What the producer says that I know. I get a lot of the business from your producer on the Facebook side all the time. So he and I got to go back and forth continually.
Perfect place to start the conversation. Now on screen it says General Moss. I'm going to, on behalf of all of my Chamorro brothers and sisters, include you in the family. So it's not Thomas. Around here it's Tomas. And for short it's just Moss.
Right.
Exactly. So you're General Moss today, if you like. Welcome aboard. It's good to have you at the radio station finally.
Ray, I can't tell you how excited I am to be here. So I get to listen to your radio station for 4.5 minutes every single morning as I drive from my house to work.
That's not enough.
I know it's not.
Yeah. But and so we'll do a little bit of the genesis behind how I'm lucky enough to get in. And this might be the first time in 45 years, man and boy broadcasting, that I've actually interviewed an Air Force general. I've met many of them in passing, and some of them have been part of corrals that we put together in conversations with the military programs. But I've never actually sat down and interviewed an actual general in the Air Force. So it's a privilege for me.
Well, I can tell you this. I hope that after you get done interviewing me, then you're going to seek out as many Air Force generals as you possibly can, just for the entertainment value of us.
As long as they are entertaining, because I'm looking for kind of mavericks here, and I think I might actually have one in the studio. So Real Joe starts, and I don't know how you made the connection. It's Facebook, obviously, and Real Joe starts messing around with the wing commander like they know each other, and there's some real funny exchanges between the two of you. The dance competition, did we ever get that?
I challenged him.
Yeah, we got the location picked out. We're putting luxury vinyl planking in all the base houses as we remove the carpeting.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of luxury vinyl planking houses that are set up and empty, and we can do the dance competition right there, Joe.
Are you down? You good? He's a thumbs up on that. But there's so many other things. And so I follow Joe, and Joe starts sharing all of this stuff in social media, and I'm starting to hear about some of the things that you're doing on base, and I'm going, you know what? I think this might be one of the noisiest Air Force generals that we've ever had, because you like social media and you like messing. You like, I don't know, pulling on strings when you can. So one of the things that you got your own. Is it dog catching devices, or did you put them up there for feral pigs?
No, so what we got is the regular traps for boony dogs. I know there's a lot of hot and cold on this particular topic, so I get a lot of business out. But you want to hear a story?
Yeah.
All right, so the reason why I went down that road is I was sitting in my front room with my beautiful wife, Jaren, that I've been married to for 35 years, It was probably about 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday. And I'm sitting there, and I'm probably drinking a Sangramosa. You know what Sangramosa is?
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's, you know a mimosa?
I know a mimosa.
Well, you don't put that stupid orange juice in. You put sangria in there.
There you go.
You get a twofer. It's delicious. So I recommend you try one. And the doorbell rings. And I'm like, who has interrupted my Sangramosa time? So I get up, and I walk over to the door and open the door, and there's a 9-year-old boy standing there.
Oh.
And I'm like, what in the world is a 9-year-old boy doing standing in front of my door? His name was Porter Wolverton. And Porter looked at me and goes, General Polinsky, you got to do something about these boony dogs. He said, we were riding over here on my bike, and one of them about pulled my little sister off the bicycle. And I had to hit it with a baseball bat to get it off of her. And I looked at Porter, and I said, Porter, you're right. I do got to do something about these boony dogs. So we started aggressively trapping them. I've just figured out, in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture on Guam, a substance that we can use to tranquilize the ones that are trap shy.
Yeah.
So that capability doesn't currently exist on Guam. So we're gonna figure it out and get the training necessary to do it the right way, and then we're gonna share that with the Department of Agriculture so they can also do that to help to protect the citizens on the island.
Because we do have a problem, and you're right. They do get used to the trap. There's a smell that gets associated with it, and the dogs are smarter than well, they're smart. Boony dogs are very, very smart animals, and they smell that, and they go condition red, and they say, "I'm not going in there. I don't care what food you put in there. I don't care what other enticements you put in there. I'm not getting inside of that," because they know that it leads to their capture. So you guys are going to try to do some tracking? Is that?
We are. We're going to figure it out. Matter of fact, I just tasked my group commanders this morning right before I come over here because I was coordinating with the. Did you know that all the veterinary capability in the United States military resides in the Army?
I was unaware.
Yeah, so
I thought you had some pretty good veterinary guys at the on the base.
We do, but they're Army.
They're Army guys.
They're all Army guys. Yeah. So I had a visit by the Army Surgeon General, 3-star, and she's in charge of that program. So I asked if she'd help me out, put me in link with some super smart Army vets, and they came up with a way that we could do it without narcotics. So we didn't need to have a licensed veterinarian to hold the substance. And now we're moving out in that direction.
Right. Okay. But I'm crazy about the idea. Now, does it dispatch the dog?
No, it doesn't kill. I mean, all it does is it immobilizes them for the ones that are trap shy.
And then you can take them out, and do whatever it is that you're going to do with them if, unfortunately, euthanasia is the situation, or spay and neuter and then release.
So I got a plan for that. And I haven't got a chance to talk to the Lieutenant Governor about it because I missed him at the last change of command I was having with. But so did you know that Bahrain, also an island nation, roughly the same size as this, maybe a little smaller, had the exact same problem 25 years ago?
How'd they solve it?
They solved it. So what they did is just like you said, they aggressively trap. They have to dart the ones that are trap shy, and then they take them and spade and neuter the ones that aren't vicious.
Yeah.
The ones that are vicious, you can't re-release.
Put them down.
Then you re-release them, and over time, when the dogs couple, if one of them's sterile, then nothing happens.
Yeah.
So it takes about 8 years. The Humane Society is the one that ran the program in Bahrain. I can reach out to the leader of the Humane Society. I got that level of connectivity to entice them to come here and help us solve this problem. The challenge that I'm working on, this is where I need Guam's help, is that currently, even Gain, if they spayed and neutered a dog, it's illegal for them to release it because of Guam law. So I just need to work with the legislature.
You need 8 guys at the legislature to see things your way.
I just need to have them modify the law slightly to empower the Humane Society and Gain to do those releases. And we can fix this problem on the island for everybody in about 8 years.
You know, veterinarian Tom Poole, the territorial veterinarian, has been talking about doing something along those lines for a long time. We have not talked about tranking. And I think, watching something like that happen on Anderson Air Force Base might give people the confidence and the desire to want to be able to do something on this side. That's not the only thing that you came up with that I saw on social media that got my attention. And once upon a time, there used to be a guy, governor of Guam. His name was Ricardo J. Berdallo. Okay. And Ricardo J. Berdallo had a dream, had many dreams, but among them was he wanted to put manzanita trees all up and down the sidewalks in Agana. And for a long time, that was where people were able to see him out in just regular old, what we call bahakis. And he'd be spending Sunday afternoon digging holes, putting some manzanita seedlings in the ground and watering the ones that he'd already planted. And by, we had a whole bunch of very, very healthy manzanita trees in Agana. Island. This was years ago now, and multiple typhoons have knocked them all down. But it was kind of nice. We've got some shady spots here. We got some place for the birds to land and grab a bite. And they're little tiny Manzanita grapes that are really, really tasty. You look like you get some exercise in. You're on a long run. You see one of those trees, you down a couple of those things, and you get a boost of energy. It's like right now stuff. You are working with some folks on base and off base to do among the same things. You want to put some fruit saplings and things like that out there.
Here's what I told.
What's your goal?
I told my folks is if it thrives on Guam and it produces fruit. Let me back up. Let me just tell you where this thing kind of started.
Yeah.
During the typhoon, we've already cleared out somewhere around 600 or 700 trees and stumps. We got about 800 more down trees and stumps to go. So we're clearing off, thousands of trees off Anderson Air Force Base.
Got to replace them.
You got to replace them with something.
Yeah.
So the vision is banana trees, mango trees, calamansi trees. I want them all.
Yeah.
Bushes, doesn't matter. I've got a team out there that have you seen the thing on the vegetable boxes that so if a family that's on housing,
yes, I did see that. Yes, yeah.
I've got a team that delivers them for free pre-planted. So that team is already doing some agriculture. It's called my Resiliency Center. Love them. Great people. Great people. I don't know if you know Mr. Calvo. He's a wonderful man.
I know lots of Calvos.
He's the leader of that team. So they're already doing this. So for almost no cost, pretty much no cost. If I start from a seed that I can take from another tree.
put a hole in the ground and put the seed in there and stick water in there.
I want to pay a little bit. And I was on the website this morning, and the Department of Agriculture's got a nursery in which you can buy sapling trees for $3 a piece.
Air Force got lots of money.
I've got $3. There's also a grant available for $5,000 from the government of Guam. I don't know if I'm going to take that money because somebody might be able to use it more, and I already got some money. But you could get a $5,000 grant. That'd get you more than 1,000 trees.
So this sounds like the thing, you think about the military and the structure and the rigidity of the military, and none of this sounds very rigid at all. It sounds like, you got a commander of the 36th Wing that is responsive now to the things that you see and the things that people are bringing to you.
Yeah, I think I command in a little different way, but I'll tell you this, just to be clear, the primary mission for the 36th Wing and Anderson Air Force Base isn't planting trees or putting out flower boxes. It's being prepared to execute the Pacino plan. So my formation is laser-like focus. I want to see a little rigidity on training and making sure that we're at the highest level of readiness. So if we have to execute the Pacino plan, then we'll win.
I'm surprised you have time to be here. ArcLight Memorial. The ArcLight is going on. No, it's a Valiant Shield is going on right now.
I'm in command of a wing and Valiant Shield.
You are in command of,
yes. I've got F-22s underneath my
yeah, the F-22s are in town. I like that. There's a show that I get to watch from my spot at in Tumon Bay, and lately the show has been getting better with the variety of aircraft that has been flying by. I mean, there's always something to look
Sound
at.
of freedom right there, brother.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's amazing because all of the heads turn when those planes are making their approach to 6. It's just amazing. It doesn't matter what kind they are, whether they're fast movers or whether they're slow boats or something like that. People have got the instinctive nature is all right. Let's see what's going on. Are those one of ours? Okay, those are ours. And it's also interesting. I think will be interesting to see the nature of some of the aircraft that are coming in from our allies.
Oh yeah, allies. Can't do without them.
Well, Japan Self-Defense Forces. This is their first time around in Valiant Shield.
Maybe Valiant Shield. I had them underneath I was a multinational task force commander earlier in the year, and I had Japanese, Koreans, Australians, and French, Canadians.
How bad were the Australians? I was going to say, how bad were the Australians?
The Australians are amazing. They're the funniest people you ever meet in your life.
Oh, God, yes.
I love
yeah.
Australians.
Yeah. I got a couple of blokes, a friend of mine over at Smithbridge. He's kind of down and out right now because they had an accident in Brisbane, and there was one of these big belt tower things that fell off the boat. No. Yeah. So, and that was supposed to be his. He was supposed to be working on that when he got around here. And I'm not sure everything that he does, and I don't know to what degree you can talk about it, but part of his billet as being one of the crane operators that's doing all of this work everywhere with these radomes and big satellite receive antennas.
Oh, yeah. So there's a lot of work going on. Just
I mean, Central Guam is right there where everybody can see it in the old Radio Barragata.
A bunch of sensors that are out here. There's a bunch of Space Force stuff that I don't even know what they're doing. They don't even tell me. But there's a whole Space Force detachment that has a lot of those kind of antennas and radomes. The Marine Corps got some going in. Of course, the Defense of Guam, when that gets going, that's the missile defense system for 360 coverage of the entire island. That's going on too. There's a lot going on out here.
Yeah, well,
probably I'd estimate we're talking about billions and billions of dollars worth of construction.
It's amazing. I remember when they first started talking about the Marine Corps buildup and the billions that they were touting back then sound incomprehensibly small in comparison to the kind of money that is going into the defense of Guam right now. And I suppose it's good to have somebody like the 36th Wing Commander in the studio to talk about exactly that, because I don't think there is enough of a public conversation about what needs to take place between now and I want to say tomorrow. There are some people in the military, and you got all the military school background. I read his CV. He's been to school for this kind of thing. He's a master of strategic thinking. But I think that there's, on the public side, of a miscalculation and undercounting of the capabilities of the Chi-Coms and the North Koreans.
Again, I don't know. So what I'll tell you this, from some government Guam officials, I'll leave it at that. I kind of got the sense that there was a gap in some of the understanding, specifically with a few families that are on the north side of Anderson Air Force Base, that because of a very minuscule chance of something possibly going wrong, I'm talking about better chance of you getting hit by lightning 10 times than this thing happening. But because the military likes to buy down all risk, we're going to have to ask them to leave their houses for a bit as we do this. So there's obviously some angst there. I'm working, you know, Jeff.
But there's going to be, you know how much angst there's going to be if if we don't have a good missile defense system and something comes through?
Well, we can do both. We can do better. So you know Jeff Grimes?
Name's familiar.
Naval Base Commander, and now he was a Naval Base Guam Commander. He was the Chief of Staff for JRM. But he's really connected. He's married to a Chamorro. Okay. And he's really connected to the community. So he's got friends in that circle. So we're trying to get linked up. And what I'm thinking about doing is make it pretty simple. I'm going to be fully involved in that one test shot that's planned. And when it happens, I can easily just set up a WhatsApp page with everybody in that family. Yeah. Because they gave them a 5-day window. I'd talking to the Army guys. I think we can substantially shrink that window, and I'd like to invite them in on the test. So make them part of the test. So okay. As opposed to just evacuating your house. I mean, once you come up here for a couple hours and you can watch the thing with us, and then when you'll know when it's over, you can go home.
Yeah, and what the risks are.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, you kind of remind me of some of the great leaders that I've known in my life, because you don't seem to be waiting for things to come to you, solutions to come to you. You seem to be more inclined to go out, grab the bull by the horns, and rescue the situation as you can.
So you know what my priorities in the wing are? First priority is people. And I care so deeply for these airmen and these families on Anderson Air Force Base, nothing I wouldn't do for them. So as we come across these opportunities to improve their quality of life and improve their quality of service, I jump at every single one. And the second priority for the wing is win. I'm talking about winning wars.
Yes.
So we are laser-like focused, as I said before, on getting this wing ready to fight. When I first got here, so I'll tell you, you want to hear a story?
Were they soft?
They weren't soft.
Were they soft and rubbery?
They were not soft. There is no such thing as a soft airman in the United States Air Force. These are hardcore men and women that are ready to do the nation's business. But when I came in, I got the sense that they thought their mission was checking IDs at the gate, hosting a half a dozen exercises a year, keeping the air conditioners running, keeping the buildings up to speed. And I needed to remission them. I needed to remission them to get them focused on warfighting. I fought a lot of war in my time as a Special Forces helicopter pilot since 9/11, before 9/11, Kosovo, Africa, all kinds of places. But so I've been doing the nation's dirty work for a long time, and I love it. So I know how to do war. These airmen just needed this little bit of a vector to get them pointed in the right direction. But I'm telling you right now, they're killing it.
Yeah.
They are killing it. If I could show you everything these people are doing, you'd be so proud. You'd want to get on base every day just to rub elbows.
I do, because there's an air show. And I don't know, I'll put in a plug here, because it's been a long, long time since there's been an opportunity for civilians to go and spend some time. When I was a little boy, we used to be a whole lot more often. And I get the idea that there are a lot of very, very firm military rules and regulations that might spend a lot of time getting in the way of such a thing. But it would be awesome if there was an open house down the road.
Open house is easier than air show. Air show takes a lot of planning, and then you got to go through the Secretary of the Air Force's team. But that's not to say we're not working on it. So what I'm doing, the challenge.
Well, I mean, a 4-hour airplane ride from Anderson Air Force Base, run a radius around there. How many of our allies do we have? How many exotic craft are about 4 hours away that you'd be able to call in?
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't actually control an airplane. Probably the best way to do it would be you wait for a target of opportunity. Then they're planned out well in advance for a target opportunity like Valiant Shield.
Yeah.
I mean, so there's times out there when I've got 2 KC-135s on a ramp, or there's times like right now where I've got 120 airplanes on the ramp. So if you want to make it meaningful for the people, you would have to do it at a time where we happen to have
got some pretty stuff on that we can take a look at.
I'm not taking the air show thing off the table.
Yeah.
The problem with it is because I've got it 1 year left in command. If I initiated the action now, I would not want to make that decision for the following commander. Because he's had to execute it.
Yeah,
so,
but
I can lay the
still,
groundwork.
but I mean, there's a continuity of service that I'm sure that you've got. I mean, you walked in with relation to Mawar. When did you get here?
30 days after Mawar.
30 days after Mawar. So about the same time that Huffman did his change of command ceremony.
I think I got here a week after he
did. And both of you guys walking around Anderson Air Force Base. Let's talk about that for a second. You know, as in terms of your people, in terms of your capabilities. I was here in this building during Typhoon Mawar, and we did all right. I mean, rode the thing out. The generator went off as they will in the middle of the night, and I was left sleeping on my office floor, listening to water coming into one room and listening to the air conditioning move across the ceiling up on the roof. But that was literally as bad as it got. And then we started hearing horror stories as daylight broke about what people were seeing, the kind of damage that was done at Anderson Air Force Base because the eye went over Anderson Air Force Base. And some very powerful winds for a long period of time. And I know that there were specs that were built into the construction of a lot of the facilities up there to withstand high winds and heavy winds over a long period of time. And I think those specs were severely challenged by that storm.
Yeah, I'd say that roughly we took $4.3 billion for the damage to Anderson Air Force.
Overnight.
But as we did the assessment, we submitted those numbers up to OSD so we could work with Congress, see if we can get a supplemental. OSD came back and said, hey, what would it take to make sure that if you had another storm exactly like that or even a little bit more powerful, that you could make the base more resilient to the point where you wouldn't have any impact at all? That number's about 9.7.
Underground everything.
Yeah, everything underground, strengthen the buildings. Most of the damage we took from our war was from doors blown in, like those roller doors on warehouses. And about 70% of our roofs had not been recapitalized over time. So the 30% that had survived just fine. The 70% that didn't, those are the ones that took the damage. We got roughly 500 buildings damaged.
Was that facilities or housing?
Both.
Ooh.
Yeah. So my house, I think they fixed the leak in my house about 7 months after I got here.
Well, I remember talking with the Admiral out here, and he was talking about how tough things were at the Navy. And I said, yeah, but what about up north where the storm actually hit? And he says, yeah, it's almost the pause in his voice when he was starting to describe the nature of the damage up there.
When you want me to tell you a story about how great airmen? I'll give you two stories.
You with that accent can tell any story you want to. Where's that from?
I don't got an accent. That sounds totally normal to me. You got an accent.
Whereabouts you from?
I'm from Kansas.
Okay. All right. I thought it was going to be around there somewhere. Kansas, Kentucky. That's what you signed up for the military there?
I did.
Where'd you end up with your boot camp? Because there's people listening
I went to Fort Knox, Kentucky.
Okay.
Yeah, for the Army. I was at E1, went to Fort Knox, was at Heartbreak, and there's 3 names of hills that I can't remember because it was 39 years ago. But you had to run up and they just tortured you. But,
no, I've seen that in documentaries. As a matter of fact, I've never had the privilege of service myself, but I've lived vicariously through conversations like yours, and of course the movies that we've seen. And while I'm thinking about, because this is actually a question that came up in my head while I was tossing and turning, wondering about the interview. Is there a favorite Air Force movie that you've got in your head?
No. I don't think
Did they
even-
not
I don't
make
think
good
they're
ever?
very good. I mean, they got like Iron Eagle, but it's like a 16-year-old kid steals this. And they're all
No, that's
unrealistic.
based on reality. It's a true
I have
story.
to say, I hope Admiral Huffman is not listening. But my favorite aviation movie is probably Top Gun. So I hate to say it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, even the other one, there's like a Apache movie called Firefox or something like that. Terrible movie.
Did you always want to fly swinging
I'll
wings?
tell you. I graduated high school, and I went to the University of Kansas, and I enrolled in the aerospace engineering program. So I was interested in aviation. And you know what I learned in that first semester?
What's that?
That I was definitely not going to be an aerospace engineer. No chance. So after that semester,
They don't
I
got the
enlisted.
math.
Yeah, I enlisted. Closest thing I could come up with was being a helicopter door gunner, which is, I tell you this, if you think there's anything more fun than shooting a machine gun out the side of a helicopter, you're smoking crack. Right, it's the best.
What about hanging off the dope on the rope thing that they do every once in a while? You know, special forces
that's for
guys.
real men. A man like me with my minerals, I have to exert my manhood through a like $45 million machine.
So what prompted you to go from the side of the aircraft to the front of the aircraft?
Well, I make all of my monumental decisions in a very particular way. So
alcohol?
No, some of it's implied in there. Yeah, it's always some of that. But I mean, I've seen your work. I mean, you got out, or you get in the media, you got out from retired, and you had this opportunity, decided to come back in. So you've made a lot of monumental decisions too, right?
One or two, yeah.
How do you do it? What's your process?
The process, I'm just trying to think in terms of what am I going to learn from this? Because there's always self-improvement, things like that, and the other part is just how much fun can I have doing that. When I was a kid, when I was 16, 17 years old, I wanted to be one of two things. One of them was he was either going to be a journalist and I was going to have Uncle Sam send me to Denfo's, or I was going to be a helicopter pilot.
Oh, that's the best.
That was all I wanted to do, and the part of the test of the battery where you have to count the O's or the C's in a
depth test.
Yeah, the
Depth
depth.
perception.
I failed that.
No,
that was the only part of the test that I failed.
That would have got you a waiver.
I tried. I wear glasses, but you were. I'm sorry.
You want to know how I make my monumental decisions?
Go ahead.
Pretty simple.
Flip a coin?
Nope. If I see something that I think is cooler than what I'm doing right now, I go do that.
Yeah.
Simply put, my whole life has been based on, can I do something that is more cool in my mind than what I'm currently doing? And then I have two character flaws. One of them is, the first one is I want to go do cool stuff.
Yeah.
And the second one is a pathological fear of failure. So I usually get myself in over my head.
Yeah.
But the pathological fear of failure pulls me all the way through the next one. Yeah. So
God, it was a great motto. What a great! When you die, I hope you come back as you again.
Oh, no.
Because that's the way it works for me.
When I die, I want to come back as that airman right there. That guy's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing.
We'll talk about. You were going to tell me a story about the Anderson Air Force Base and disasters and things like that.
Okay,
You
yeah.
remember that?
So it's an airman story.
Okay.
So the first one is this: is that number one, the thing I hate the most about our dorms is that they've got these old antiquated chillers. Right, so that every time a typhoon approaches, we have to turn the air conditioning off in all the dorms.
Oh God!
So the airmen get to go through the typhoon with no air conditioning, and the wind and the scariness and everything else. So a lot of these airmen volunteer to be in the ride-out crew. So those are the guys that go into the buildings that are not the dorms because they're air conditioned.
Yeah,
and this is the
okay.
beginning, right? And take care of the buildings inside. So we had 3 airmen that are in our main server room that controls 100% of the communications for Anderson Air Force Base. Our classified comms, our unclassified comms, a single point of failure that was out there. We're getting that fixed too. But these 3 airmen defended that server room with water pouring. They bailed out and soaked up with rags for 17 hours. I think 170 gallons of water.
That's amazing.
And you know how many comms we lost during that storm?
0.
0 comms because of those airmen. Yeah. I mean, so when you're thinking about airmen and what they're doing, these guys are killing it. They were probably at a little bit more risk than when I went and looked at that room than I might have been able to tolerate because there's electrical outlets everywhere.
Yeah. And you're standing in water.
You're standing in water.
Yeah, and the air conditioning is live. Everything is live in there. The nature of the mission. They understood that, or were they just going, "Hey, we better mop up this water, or otherwise we get."
Well, because
did they know how
important
important that room was?
So I'll tell you this right now: if the good Lord came down and drug up every single officer off Anderson Air Force Base, that base would still run.
Yeah.
Because airmen know what to do when they do it. And we give them mission-type orders and empower them at the lowest level to make the decisions necessary to keep the mission going. That is the one biggest tactical advantage that the United States of America has over every single ally, or every single adversary that we have out there. Some of our allies, like Britain, Australia, they got the same model. But because we empower and trust our airmen at the lowest level, then if all the officers leave, the fight still goes on. Right? And we can't say the same for Russia, China, Iran, Korea.
Yeah.
All the generals go. Generals are interesting, but not fascinating. Airmen are fascinating. They're the ones that do all the work. I don't really do it.
This is continuously, the conversation gets better and better, and I hope it's getting that much more interesting for our listeners as well. We start talking about the IT room, and then that brings us to another realm where I get concerned about our capabilities and the skills that we have to be able to repel a cybersecurity attack.
Yeah, there's work to be done.
There's a significant amount of work to be done, and the more I'm reading, and unfortunately, again, I'm not reading this in public, Guam newspapers, Guam media, and I think this is something that we've got to get better at, is a better awareness of where Guam fits in the Indo-PACOM. I mean, we know we're tip of the spear. I got a SAC base up there, and we got the boomers in the gates down at Big Navy. We got all of this stuff, but I don't think it yet translate, and two, I think the degree that it doesn't translate as a disservice to our elected representatives. I don't think many of them understand just how critical Guam is in all of this.
So I'll tell you, I get a lot of DVs. So the primary mission of 36th Wing and Anderson Air Force Base is be prepared to execute the PACO plan. The next mission is DVs. I do so many DV visits. Did one yesterday. Constantly DVs thrown through.
Distinguished
visitors. Distinguished visitors. Sorry. Yeah, acronyms. Apologize.
It's all right. It's the Air Force.
And when I tell these DVs, you can tell I'm a fairly blunt guy. Not enamored, but with rank. I'll tell you this, just like these guys over here, rank and competence, there is no correlation. There's a lot of really competent, low-ranking people out there, and I won't say the other side. But Every time I get a DV from D.C. or Hawaii or anywhere else, I tell them the same thing. I say, hey, my sense is that when the DVs come and visit, we give them a lot of good content. They got a good understanding of everything. But when they fly back across the international date line and then relive that day again, it's like the Men in Black mind swipe.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that's a problem because this is where everything is going to get lit off, if you ask me. The North Koreans have continued to develop their capabilities, or it looks like they're continuing to develop their capabilities. Vis-a-vis,
I'm not worried about North Koreans.
They might eventually get it right.
Yeah.
There could be somebody in there, and they only got to get it right once. Correct?
No. We got that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Chicom.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We will club those people like baby seals if something comes across.
Taiwan. Should I lose any sleep over Taiwan?
No, not really. I mean, my personal assessment is that the economic impact of China itself for making a provocative move like that is so high that it's not going to be worth it for them. The calculus doesn't work out. We got to be prepared just in case, because you don't know what a crazy dictator is going to do.
Sure.
So the military was directed by the president through the National Security Strategy, which is a big overarching document to set our military up for the most challenging problem set, and that would be a near-peer conflict inside of this theater. So that's what we're doing. We're getting set up for it. Personally, I don't see it happen. But if it did happen, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind who would win that fight. None. I mean, you saw Russia. They got 77 miles into Ukraine, and then they encountered the Western way of warfare, and that's where it stopped. Right? If China does happen to miscalculate and we have to go throw down, we're going to crush them.
Stalemates?
No, not stalemate. Well, at the end of the day, it won't be a stalemate on impact. I mean, we're certainly never going to invade. I mean, I tell you this: we are the best in the world, and we have been for over 250 years at conventional warfare. We're really good at special warfare as well, or unconventional warfare.
Yes.
What we're not great at, and it's a value thing, is handling insurgencies, right? Because I mean, I could, if you wanted me to, I could get a country that's in an insurgency under control in about a month. But the measures that I would have to inflict upon those people are so draconian that the American people and the American values, it's the opposite of what you'd have to do. And we don't have to do it. We don't have we're so passionate and so caring about other people as Americans. We don't have it in our DNA to do something like that. But a throwdown conventionally,
let's fight.
It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw.
Did they let you back at, I don't want to say at your age or as a general, commander of the 36th Wing, but if it came down to bullets, would you grab the keys to a helicopter and fly it out?
I would love to, but it would be illegal for me to do it because I'm probably at this point with 39 years in, I'm probably 5 medical waivers away from getting put back on flight status. Believe me, this youthful veneer, it's a veneer.
Yeah, it's a facade, as they say. In the beginning of the conversation, we were talking about how we all got hooked up, and Real Joe, looking for somebody to play with on social media, finds the 36th Wing commander of all people. And it's not an accident that the 36th Wing commander here on Guam, General Tomas, is active.
Call me Moss, please.
Moss it's not a mistake that you were socially active with the 36th Wing.
No, I did it in my last wing too.
Well, so there's a story. I went looking. I did the Google, as any good radio guy does, and the most of it is your very, very standard and to be honest, kind of boring. Here's the biography, curricula vitae, et cetera, of the general. What I was looking for, and I found it here, is a story that was written by a guy, Jim Thompson.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
In the where's this at? The Fort Walton Beach Daily
paper.
News.
Yeah, Daily News.
Air Force taking notice of local commanders' social media.
Apparently, so is Joe.
Yeah. And it started with, I guess you went there and there was already a Facebook page for the SOW?
There, I was the vice wing commander. So you don't have a great voice as a vice wing commander. You just support the boss, right? But I fleeted up behind a guy named Sean Farrell. He's now a 3-star general, so he's doing a lot better than I am. He had about 1,200, 1,300 followers, and I wanted to do an experiment. And my problem statement, my premise, I guess, was, can I change the way people think by using social media? And can I align them with what I want them to align them to? And the message that I want this Facebook to be is, the Air Force is awesome, Hurlburt Field is awesome, the United States military is awesome, and America is awesome. So I just kind of structured all of my engagements with that as kind of the backdrop. And then I was just use my same voice that I'm talking to you. I mean, a lot of senior officers are very worried about getting in trouble on social media. But what I found out is that
Lieutenant just breathed
my PA
a little bit. Yeah,
he's up there going, cut it.
Dangerous ground.
Yeah, so, but it's rightfully so. But what I found out is that if you use the same tone and the same same gentlemanly engagement style that you would when you're talking to somebody in person, then there's no danger.
Yeah.
Just be yourself. And I'll tell you this, like a couple things I learned from that experience out there, but one was unexpected. Having the opportunity to take a moment and figure out what you're going to type, time after time after time, refines your interpersonal engagements because you get reps and sets at being the better version of you than you might actually be.
Correct.
So that's
now this is a valuable lesson for anybody on social media at any time and for any reason. You don't have to be a general to take this advice. This is good stuff. And as you say, there's a voice that you want to encourage and use when you're in the social media because it helps develop the communication and the 100%. Exchange.
Yeah. And then the second thing I learned is I was at the Pacific Islanders month. Like luncheon, and I'm standing out there. I'm probably 6 or 7 months into command, and an A1C 2-striper walks up to me and goes, "General Polensky, you're just the coolest guy. Really appreciate you." Do you think any A1C would say that just out of the blue to a colonel wing commander?
If it was you, sir.
Yeah, what about the average guy that doesn't have a Facebook account?
Sir.
Yeah, probably not. So that's what I learned, and it breaks down barriers between you and your formation. And then the last thing I'll tell you is this: is that everybody gets wrapped up in the chain of command, right? The military chain of command, chain of command, up chain of command, down chain of command. For me, my leadership philosophy is simple: the chain of command is for me issuing orders, so that everybody understands clearly what exactly I want to happen. Gathering information should come from anywhere you can get it.
Yes.
And I'll tell you how many IMs I get from spouses saying, "General Polensky, I'd like a speed bump." I'm like, okay. All right, where would you like a speed bump at? She gives me an address, and I'm like, all right, well, you want a speed bump? And here's how little work I actually do, Ray. It's bizarre how little work I actually do.
He's a path of least action guy like me.
Oh, yeah, I'm so lazy.
Yeah.
So I'll sit there, and I'll take that, and I'll copy the IM. And if you copy an IM out of Facebook, it doesn't capture the person's name. So they're anonymous. And I open up my WhatsApp. And in my WhatsApp, I got the one group that says the MSG commander, the MSG senior enlisted, MSG deputy commander, the civil engineering commander. So I got all these people that do that stuff, and I'm like, whoop, that's it.
Done.
Speed bump ordered.
Yeah.
Not hard.
But there's an eloquence with which you use that. The chain of command is for orders. It's for the mission.
Right.
But we've got another thing that we've got to do when you are at a level like brigadier general.
Yeah, it's not as impressive as you might think.
Yeah, but you still need to have communications. And you've got to also have a chain of communications that doesn't necessarily include the same people that are in your chain of command.
A lot of times people that are in your chain of command will tell you what they think they want to hear.
Yes.
And what I want to hear is what the spouse that's got 4 booney dogs running in her backyard chasing her kids around.
Yep.
I want to hear from her.
Yeah.
I want to hear from an airman that's having a hard time getting a portable air conditioner into his dorm room after Marwar. Those are the. I want to help these people solve whatever problem they got. You want to hear a story?
Yeah.
All right, so get this. 3-day weekend, 4-day weekend, I don't remember. I'm sitting there in my easy chair, probably watching Netflix or something, and an IM pops in my Facebook, and there's this young lady, young airman's wife, that is panicked because the security forces place to go get a pass is closed. She has to do a medical evacuation over the weekend, and her sister that flew in doesn't have base access. And I'm like, oh, okay. Pick my little finger, put it on that thing, open up the one with the security forces commander and the MSG and the rest of that. 2 hours that passed. So I can solve problems that are impossible at a different echelon instantly.
How do you communicate your availability? I mean, besides going on the radio with the guy, or being Real Joe's friend on
knows how many
Facebook.
IMs I'm going to get now.
But yeah, but you want that.
I want it. Yeah.
Those are the things that you need. You need to be able to hear from people, as I said, outside of the chain of command, and you need to hear what the rank 100%. And file and the people that you've also invited to live on the base with you've got to say about their quality of life.
I want to fix it.
Yeah.
So I can tell you this: there's a chance that my subordinate commanders may not be as excited about my Facebook page as I am.
Well, work harder because you be general.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I think they're getting behind. I mean, mainly, so we got a guy named Lieutenant Colonel Mark Johansson, who is our civil engineering, and this guy has a monumental task. I mean, he's basically the engineer for the entire base.
Perfect.
And he's got a huge formation of people that do all that kind of stuff.
I got to meet this guy.
And it is a ton of work, right? And I wear this guy out because most of the stuff that I give him is hard and unexpected, and for the people to get fixed. And so I asked him, I'm like, Mark, I'm sorry, man. I know I got to be wearing you out with this Facebook stuff. He's like, no, sir, actually, I'm good with it because we like fixing these problems too.
Yeah.
So I think they get it.
For a lot of guys, that's why they get in.
It is. Yeah,
you know,
take care of people.
a bunch of other reasons why you want to get in.
Guys too, but.
You're welcome. Your Facebook 36 Wing Commander. Do I have to be a member of the 36 Wing to become? No. Can I? So can people that are listening to the broadcast right now that maybe have got a link or two to Anderson Air Force Base, they can follow you.
They can follow it.
Yeah.
So I got
send you DMs from outside the fence.
You want to hear a story about yesterday?
Yes.
I got an IM from a guy, and it had a picture of a commissary. It wasn't my commissary, but they're out all the vegetables, all the things were shut down. This guy said, "Well, I don't know how the Air Force is 21 years ago when I retired, but you got to be able to do better for your airmen than this." I'm like, "Holy shoot, that's my commissary!" So I start getting everybody going, and I got my car and I drove to the commissary and checked it out. I needed some angel hair spaghetti too. But so I grabbed a box of angel hair spaghetti and I checked out the commissary. It was fine. It was perfectly fine. So I sent a note back to that guy. I'm like, hey, did you alter that on purpose to try to fool me? And he's like, oh no, somebody fooled me. I got it from somebody else. And we started talking. His son is in the 734th AMS out here, and I'm gonna go look him up when I go find him.
Okay.
But the point of it is, I guess. I had 40,000 followers when I left Hurlburt Field.
Okay.
I have more followers than I had in Chief Staff Air Force.
That's huge.
It's good. It's good following. But you know where I got most of my followers from? Hurricane season.
Right.
So hurricane season comes in, and I've got billions of dollars worth of assets on the ramp, just like I got out here right now. I'm the decider that says you need to take these things out of here now and get them out of here. So as a typhoon approaches, I get more precise and more clear and more rapid weather assessments of where that typhoon is going to go.
Yes.
In order to, that decision.
What's mission stuff?
It'll cost just the evacuation itself. You're talking $20 million. So I'm going to spend $20 million taxpayers' money to protect probably $1 billion or $2 billion worth of assets. So it's a good trade. But if you make the wrong decision, you wasted $20 million. So I get very precise information, very clear information, unemotional, because the decision's got to be unemotional.
Yep.
Much different than when you're watching the Weather Channel, right? So I'd go get my weather brief, and I'd sit there, and I would take all the information in, understand weather pretty good as being a pilot for the last almost 40 years. And then I would translate that weather brief into plain English, and I would send it out to all the people, right? So what I found out is that people, like back home, where these airmen come from, they want to know what's going on with their airmen. So moms and dads would follow me, and they'd take in the information. I'll tell you, you want to hear another funny thing that I did back then?
Go ahead, yeah.
God forbid we have another typhoon come, but if we do. So I would alert the people on the danger of that hurricane or typhoon hitting our base based on what Jaron, my beautiful wife, tells me to do with the porch furniture. so I'd put out a note saying, the hurricane's out there, it's building, but Jaron says don't bring in porch furniture yet, so I think we're still pretty good shape. And then about the time that says, something's going to happen, it's getting real now. Jaron's having me bring in the porch furniture.
Right.
Get ready.
Along the same lines around here, I think my neighbors would watch my house, and if I start putting up my shutters, they start putting up their shutters as well. Gibson knows something. 10 away from the top of the hour. We'll move from there. I should take a break, but I'm not going to. Any spots? Is there anything that has to play?
It's too good.
Too good. Okay.
You having fun?
Yeah, it's too much. Well, it's a fun conversation, and it's and for the first time, I'm not trying to what's up you and stories, and because you've got such good ones, and I think it speaks a lot for the nature of today's commanding officers in the military. I hope that there are more like you, and I hope your replacement is like you as well, and for a lot of reasons. Among them, and I was going to bring up the Christmas drop.
I love that thing.
So do I. And I like the idea that Dr. Bruce Best has gotten the acknowledgement for his many, many years of service to the entire Micronesian and Marianas community by being as involved as he has with Christmas Drop. But the other important factor that I wanted to bring up, and we can talk about war, and we can talk about the Chaicoms and the North Koreans and the Ruskies and the Iranians.
Talk about Guam, too. I like talking about Guam.
Well, I like talking about Guam because it all launches from here. I believe that there is no greater force for good on the planet than a man or woman wearing the uniform of the armed forces of the United States of America.
I would rephrase that, actually. I'd say there is no better force for good on the planet than the average run-of-the-mill American. So, I mean, this whole military doesn't exist without the industry and the backbone behind it and the people working hard every day to create things and to build things. You watch the news. And I know you have to watch the news. I have to watch the news, and it's all doom and gloom, and it's all politics and all this and that. But I'm telling you right now, there is no better group of people or country on this planet than the United States of America. And I will. But my old man worked in a tire factory for 38 years, building tires at Goodyear. That's where I lost my finger at. But that's the people. That's the people that make the America run. All right, it's a privilege for me to have the opportunity to defend them. Let me tell you this. This will be a little about Guam and a little bit about America. You got any idea, Ray, what the enlistment rate, the percentage of Americans that actually enlist in the military, Guard, Reserve, Active Duty? You got any idea? 0.42%.
That's boy. You want to talk about your thin margins?
Yeah, it's half a percent of Americans protecting the other 99.5. Do you got any idea what the enlistment rate is for the island of Guam?
Oh, incredible! It's always been
6.5%.
Yeah.
So this place, this island, these Americans. And I would recommend, I think that's a good metric to use enlistment rates and locations to understand about patriotism in those locations too. I would argue that Guam is the most patriotic place in America.
I don't know that there's anybody that would argue that point. I think there are some people that are confused and misled and maybe overeducated and over-caffeinated. And I think they've got some other issues.
So I got a lot of degrees, but I'm definitely not overeducated.
Yeah. And then there's others that move off in the other direction. I appreciate your recasting of my thinking. It's just that I have seen so much in my lifetime growing up here on Guam and different ways that that the military has participated in rebuilding Guam, and in times where it's needed. Not it is a requirement. And we're not doing it because we're just trying to help out an ally. There are people that are in need, and it's amazing when the word goes out here on Guam about the need anywhere else on the planet, and especially in the region. It's easy to get volunteers. It's easy to get guys to go and fill containers, and then we hand them off to people like you in uniform, and then you go take them places. And as I said, that degree,
because we love you guys.
Yeah,
literally love you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing we wouldn't do for you.
Lovable folks.
You are
lovable folks.
That's the other thing I like. People ask me about Guam. How's Guam? I'm like, yeah, I don't want to say this on air, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It's kind of like a sad Hawaii. It's got its upsides and downsides, but it's got some challenges. The banning cars on the side of the road, the boondogs dogs running around, just some things that are a little bit off. But the best thing about Guam is that there is no better person than a Chamorro that I've come across. Mm-hmm. A Chamorro, the ones I've experienced that I've met, those people have a kind of like a humble strength about them that is really attractive. I mean, so you meet I met with the manager at the commissary when I was warned about that picture that Dad sent me. He's a Chamorro guy, and he's like a humble, strong American man that is just super attractive.
Yeah. I like that phrase, humble strength.
It is.
Use that. Try to live up to it. Yeah. I think that would be something that we ought to all aspire to.
You're a patriot.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell by the love you're putting on the military. And these guys are in uniform, too. And I say this to people, that, hey, when you're walking up to the Kmart or the Donkey, donk.
He's been in the store.
It's like a virus burrowing its way through my skull. And somebody walks up to you and goes, hey, thank you for your service. Mm-hmm. So you know what I say?
Yeah.
You're worth it.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, because they are. Worth every one in 39 years so far.
What are you going to do when you grow up?
Oh, I got a plan.
Yeah.
You want to know what I'm going to do?
Dying. That's why I asked.
Well, so for starters, my franchise opens next week.
The franchise opens?
Franchise.
Okay.
So you'd have to Google this because it's not prevalent here. But it is a...
we getting to Buc-ee's?
No, it's called it's the Starbucks of iced tea. So it's 24 flavors of bubbler tea. We sell coffee. We sell Yetis. We sell... but it's in Raymore, Missouri. And it's called HTEA. So H-T is in T, and then O. It's kind of a takeoff of H2O. So the plan, Ray, and I think you're going to like this plan, is that... I financed it. My son-in-law and daughter are running it, and we're going to build out about 3 or 4 more of those things. And he'll continue to build out that company because I gave him half the company.
Yeah,
I kept half, put the money in for the seed money. He's 27 years old. He's like a captain. He's got full energy. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna watch some Netflix.
Yeah.
So let the guys with the energy drive this thing, and then what I'm going to do when I get enough money, I need about $2 million. I'm going to start a micro distillery. I'm going to distill bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
And my son, who's a helicopter pilot in the Air
Today
Force
is
right
Bourbon
now,
Day.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a barrel of bourbon a day. So 50,000 gallons is the most you can have in Kansas to have a micro distillery, and that's about a barrel a day. And then what I'm gonna do with that bourbon, I'm gonna make a high quality bourbon, like Eagle Rare quality, and I'm gonna sell it for $1 cheaper than you can buy Jack Daniels for. So I'm gonna flood the market with it.
Right.
That
Learn that one from the Chinese.
Heck yeah.
Yep.
If the bourbon sells, then my last thing I'm going to do, and my daughter I'm in business with already wants to partner with me, I'm going to build a full-size distillery it's going to be a distillery on one side, and she wants to do a winery on the other side so that you can come in there with your wife, and she can have a wine tasting while you're having a bourbon tasting, put a big wedding venue type thing and restaurant and kind of in the middle of it, and then the goal is to have that thing built out about the time my son retires. And then I'll give him half that business. He can run it, and I can lure him back to the area with my 2 daughters and my grandbabies.
I was going to say, you got. Are there any little wing commanders laying around coming up in the future? Now that sounds like a great plan.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's going to be fun. We're going to be fun, and it's a holy war. God is on our side. There is no plan B. Right. It's got to happen.
The retirement for a 39-year 1-star general, very good.
Yeah. I suppose. Yeah. And you get benefits for life, right? You get to shop on the base all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You get to fly Mac.
You do? Yeah, I'm like standby. I don't think I'll be doing that, but I might. I don't know. Let's see if I want an adventure.
I was going to try to entice you here with the time that we've got left in the program to see if we could get you to, what with all of your experience here in aviation, maybe build us a little local kind of homegrown airline around here so we can go between Guam and Saipan.
So to that point, I mean, it's a little bit different, but what I'm working on, which I think is very important, is we have a civil air patrol on Guam.
Yes.
And it's big. It's robust. I'm working with the Air Force because they fund the Civil Air Patrol and the Civil Air Patrol people to get an airplane. So now you have a fixed-wing airplane capabilities for search and rescue, and you don't necessarily have to use the helicopters all the time. But I'm going to try to bring an airplane here. I don't know if the government can get into the airliner business. I think there's some rules.
Well, just to have one of the guys. We got the Valiant Shield going on. Have the guys leave. Didn't the French leave a whole bunch of planes here?
I don't think they work anymore. I think the Canadians left one here and we tore it apart.
I was going to say because it seems to me there were a couple of exercises ago that people just left and there's some like millions and millions of dollars worth of airplanes in a hangar somewhere.
Before you cut us off on time, I just want to make sure that you give me 3 minutes before we lose the audience because I want to give you something.
Well, we've got 10 seconds before Fox News.
Okay.
But we'll take whatever time that we need.
Give it to you right now?
Is there anything going on in the nation that anybody needs to worry about?
No.
Is still the Israelis still kicking the Hamas ass?
They're still doing
okay,
great.
then good. We got all this stuff taken care of. Sir,
I want to give you the coolest coin in the history of coins, and I got one for Joe too.
Right on.
I got one in my pocket for Joe.
I'm getting coined.
Both, but check this out.
No way. I love this. Thank you so much, General. It's a spinner. I know different versions of spinner word definitions here, but I like this one here. A razor blade.
Razor blade.
Welcome
to the Ford Edge.
There's your star on the back of it, the Air Force logo, and you've got Guam here. You got the Guam seal and the view of Guam from Anderson Air Force Base. This is terrific. Thank you very much. This is going to into a pride place at the house.
You know why that's the coolest coin ever?
Well, no, for a lot of different reasons. I thought I just said on the radio,
there's one only real reason. It was designed by an airman, and not me. I put it out to the wing and said, "Who wants to design the next wing commander's coin?" That's what an airman came up with.
Now, most of the stuff I get the meaning behind, but it's in the shape of an old school razor blade.
Yeah. Welcome to the Ford Edge.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that is so good. That is the way that we end an interview. Thanks for kicking off my weekend, General. It's great to have you here, LT. Everyone, it's a pleasure to have you guys, and thank you very much for your service. And I hope that you take a whole lot of inspiration from this guy and say, I could be as good as him or better, and turn that into the rest of your career.
I just like to say this. Hey, happy birthday to my brothers and sisters out there in the Army. Happy birthday to Boy George, and happy birthday to Donald Trump.
Donald J.
Hope
Trump.
you all have a great day.
All right, and I'm not going to read anything else into that because I don't want anybody getting in trouble as a result of doing an interview. I'm checking out the LTs. So far, I think we're all right. For the Brigadier General, the LT, the Airman, Real Joe, Donna D, and Jerry Roberts, my name is Ray Gibson saying Happy Father's Day to you and happy birthday to the Army.
Interesting people are talking to Will Kane.
I said, what do I call you? I call you Dwayne. I call you The Rock. He said, now that I own it, I can call you The Rock.
Yes, I own it now. You can call me The Rock.
Our next guest needs no introduction. It is Dr. Jordan Peters, my old friend and frenemy, Stephen A. Smith.
What is going on here? I see the Will Kane show in the background. I see the microphone.
Watch it live at noon Eastern, Monday through Thursday on FoxNews.com. And get the podcast 5 days a week at FoxNewsPodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown. A contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day. Going far beyond the headlines. Tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to FoxNewsPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
An Arizona man faces firearm and hate crime charges after authorities say he was planning a mass shooting in Atlanta.
58-year-old Mark Prado of Prescott, Arizona, was indicted Tuesday by a grand jury in Arizona on charges of firearms trafficking, transferring a firearm for use in a hate crime, and possession of an unregistered firearm. According to the FBI, Prado told an undercover agent and an informant that he'd been thinking about carrying out a mass killing at a concert in Atlanta targeting minority groups. attempts to start a race war ahead of the 2024 election. The FBI and prosecutors not providing Preto's mugshot or his background. He was arrested in New Mexico and remains in federal custody. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Coffee giant scores a high court win in a union case.
Starbucks will not have to rehire 7 Memphis employees fired in 2022 as they look to unionize. The Supreme Court throwing out a lower court's ruling they be reinstated while the case against Starbucks proceeds. The coffee giant says the 7 who sat down in the store with the TV news crew to discuss organizing efforts were lawfully terminated for breaking the company's policies, such as going behind the counter while off duty and unlocking a door to allow an unauthorized person to enter. Some legal experts say the decision makes it more difficult to immediately block alleged unfair labor practices, which may be litigated for years. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
8 former employees